What's this?
It's gibberish. No. It's a Celtic word. Samhain. It means the Lord of the Dead. The end of summer. The festival of Samhain. October 31st.
Halloween 2. Not Halloween, Halloween 2.
Now, Halloween 2, now that's one
that's got the Samhain thing in it. The Samhain.
Right, now, does that coincide with anything to where the band became that name?
No, but it got me interested in reading about Samhain more because I wanted to know more, and I said, well, wait a minute. If these guys can find out something, I can find out a little more about it.
You just heard Initium and Samhain from the Samhain album Initium from 1984. This is the Record Metal Podcast. I'm Mark.
And I'm Jason. You also heard Donald Pleasance there and Glenn himself speaking of Samhain and Samhain. We'll talk throughout the episode, I'm sure, about different pronunciations of that. But there's actually a clip there you just heard where he's kind of talking about him first hearing about this concept in the Halloween movies from Halloween 2. And that was actually from an interview with Pusshead from Thrasher magazine that we'll hear some clips through throughout the episode and stuff. But we're kind of in uncharted waters here, Mark, with this band. It's a band I'm not as familiar with, maybe compared to like Glenn's kind of other two projects, obviously the Misfits and his solo stuff. But luckily, we've got Blake Harrison from Pig Destroyer as our gothic death punk spirit guide to walk us through this a little bit. So welcome, Blake.
Thanks. And ironically, that would just describe 1/3 of my musical taste. I'm a big Christian Death and Sisters of Mercy and Cure fan and stuff like that.
Okay, so you're gonna like the little added feature that we did at the beginning of the episode coming up here, I think.
Absolutely.
So, cool. That's good. I was kind of hoping that would be a good talking point and stuff. But I guess for maybe people that haven't heard the Misfits episode and stuff like that, you're a member of a band perhaps people have heard of, Pig Destroyer. What have you been up to and the band's been up to and just kind of how have you been?
Good. We are currently semi-working on new material. It always takes us longer than we try. And we just got back from a big festival in the UK where we played Prowler in the Yard in its entirety.
Oh,
and,
sweet.
Nice.
We got back from Denmark where we did not play Prowler.
You were talking about the crowds being very strange in Denmark, right?
They're a lot like the crowds in Japan, where they just kind of stare at you. They vaguely clap. They appreciate it, but it's weird to like just see. There was one guy kind of moving around a little bit, and I was trying to encourage him because he was trying to grab other people, and they were just not having it, man.
That's so funny. Oh man. But so you obviously we saw you, I think last time we saw you at Death Metal or at Maryland Death Fest, I think. And then we also saw you perform, speaking of Prowler, Mark and I saw you at the last Decibel Beer and Metal Fest doing Prowler. So that was cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
how's the reaction been to like doing these older records in their full? Is it kind of different, the same? Just kind of.
It's better. We always get pretty good. We have pretty rabid fans. When people like us, they're kind of all in.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are some casual fans, but it doesn't. I've never met them. So it seems like people get really excited. There's talk of us doing Terrifier.
Whoa.
I'm one of the ones that are opposed to that. Right?
Really? Is that?
Yeah, I always think we have a lot more life in us, and we should be working on new stuff than treading old.
I kind of get that.
Sure, I get that too.
Yeah. Not wanting to tread over, hallowed ground that you've already done and looking forward instead of backwards. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
You don't want to be a legacy band. You're still completely active. Yeah,
exactly.
So what we kind of heard there in the opening is, with the Initium, Samhain, Samhain. We'll get into that debate in a second. But, I kind of wrote, like, as that song kind of kicks off, it has, like, kind of a weird, like, remind me of, like, Pink Floyd, Umaguma, like, with the kind of, like, weird swirling kind of, like, psychedelia kind of in the background there, while Glenn's kind of talking in an angry sort of fashion and incanting kind of like these twisted kind of things before drummer Steve Zing kind of like helps kind of create some ambiance there, and then the whole song kind of kicks into this kind of mid-paced, moody, as you said, Blake, death rock, and Danzig's asking us if we want to sacrifice and things like that. So I guess this is an episode you requested even more than our last kind of Marvel team up when we did the Misfits. Like, what is it about this band that is kind of special and unique especially for maybe people that don't know these guys as much as, say, Danzig's solo stuff or his, previous band Misfits?
Well, that's kind of a tough one to, I've always thought they're a tough band to describe. They've got some hardcore punk elements here and there. But mostly it's kind of gothic rock and death rock. Mm-hmm. I've heard people describe it as metal, but I don't really hear that myself.
It has metallic moments for sure.
It does have metallic moments, but I wouldn't call it a metal band.
Yeah,
I would agree.
But I think metalheads like these guys, but probably in the same way that obviously metalheads dig like early Cure or Sisters of Mercy or, things like that, right?
I agree. And I think the broader appeal is it was so 180 from the Misfits. Like, no one, including me, wanted to hear another Misfits copy.
Mm-hmm.
I like the idea that it was moody and dark. It was more darker. It was darker, not more dark. And a little, more violent than the actual Misfits. Misfits were a little more cartoony than this.
Yeah, it was campier, right? It was more
Right.
kind of
Campier's the better word.
Yeah, and this seemed like a little bit more kind of like unsettling and kind of coming from more of an evil place, or at least like coming from a place of a little bit more seriousness than what the Misfits were,
Right, exactly.
It almost seems like they're dismantling all of any previous conceptions of what this was going to be, and like half the time the time signatures like almost sounds like a record, being slowed down a little bit, and there's just so many weird. Like that's when I first heard this as a kid, I thought Misfits are great, and then Danzig solo stuff, and this stuff was always on mixtapes, but it never really jumped out to me. It was just like I didn't know there wasn't a hook there for me.
So, Mark, I can actually speak to what you said about the songs seeming like they're slowing down strangely.
Yeah.
All the songs were written by Glenn Danzig, including the drums.
Okay.
And he's not a drummer.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the drums are pretty awkward.
Yeah.
And almost a different time signature sometimes in the rest of the music. And that's not done intentionally, I feel. I could be wrong. But he had a hard time sticking with drummers or finding drummers that could play those beats the way he wanted, which was exactly the way he wrote them. Because he wanted them to sound that way, is what he says.
Yeah, there's an interview clip I'll share later when we get to London taking over as the drummer, where he talks about like his frustration with trying to record for the first few times with Glenn, because he said like he wrote drum stuff that didn't make sense to a drummer, and that was like hard for me to like get around. He says, but once I kind of got into a routine and I understood like where Glenn was coming from, I sort of like got it. But it's almost like it's like a jazz leader. It's like Charlie Mingus like writing like horn parts for somebody, but he's thinking like a bass player or something. And so there's like a loss of translation maybe there, and that's what probably makes Samhain so unique too in its own way, right? It's not making the obvious choices that like the Misfits would have done, or even what like Chuck Biscuits will do when we get to like the solo Danzig stuff,
And not just that, I think this is a logical extension of the Misfits going into Danzig. It's darker, it's moodier like Danzig was. It's not just straight ahead hardcore punk or punk, because Misfits have both, but
it's also not like straight ahead, more kind of blues based rock or
there's no
rock.
Delta blues in there.
No, not until way later, and
not until like on the last
Final Descent. There's a little bit, but that's
sure.
got the full classic Danzig lineup too.
Yeah, you get the John Christ and pinch harmonics there at that point.
Yeah.
So
John Christ lives in Maryland, not too far.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I've actually met him once. I was talking online about that the other day. So I was in a band called Daybreak that was a Baltimore band. I live in the DC area now, but so we tried to get John Christ. That was actually the first time I met Pig Destroyers. We booked him there. But we tried to get John Christ to host our thing called Necrofest, which was just a show in the John Hopkins Common pub area, wherever it was. And he wanted like some absurd amount of money from us, which is like $1,500 at the time. We were like not paying that. Definitely not. Like I think we might have charged $2 to get in or something like that.
Sure. Yeah. Not exactly DIY prices.
Exactly. Yeah. And that was like in the 90s, that seemed like a crazy amount of money.
Yeah.
But I did run into him in a record store in the part of town that he lived in called Catonsville. There was a record store that was there for a couple of years. And as an avid record collector, I went in there and I ran into him and kind of tried to talk to him, but he wasn't really happy.
Yeah, no, wasn't it? I get it. He seems a I remember the thing that always blew me away about John Christ was how much he talked about his main guitar influence being Ted Nugent. And I was like, oh, really interesting, So, because it made me appreciate Nugent a little bit more, like his 70s stuff, because I think by that point I kind of already knew he was kind of being a turd. So I didn't really appreciate Nugent. And I was like, okay, if John Christ is into Nugent, it's worth checking out some of that stuff a little deper. And sure enough, he wasn't wrong. He's a good guitar player, but.
Oh, he's a great guitar player, but never mind his politics.
Yeah, exactly. I guess for me, this stuff was really hard to get a hold of when I was younger, but somehow the record store that Mark and I worked at before I worked there, I procured a copy of November's Coming Fire on cassette used, and I love the cover, and like I recognize obviously the Danzig skull on it because by then I knew who Danzig was and Misfits and stuff, but I didn't really know how these guys kind of fit into the story or the equation, and no one I really knew talked about these guys at all. And it's I think one of the strange things I've found out in doing a little bit of research is they seem to have been relatively big in the scene in the mid 80s, way bigger than I kind of imagined. It's just weird that it didn't resonate into the 90s and beyond. Like, why do you think that people talk so much more about the Misfits? But like, Glenn talks about stuff I read where he's like, the crowds were way bigger at Samhain shows and stuff than they ever were at Misfits shows. But for some reason that like fan base didn't like go into the next decade and beyond the way it did for the Misfits. Like, why is that? As like somebody that's kind of been into them for quite a while, like, what do you think the formula is there, or the story there?
Well, I think the shows were big because Glenn had kind of made his name by then. The Misfits had done enough touring, and Samhain did quite a bit of touring of their records. The records came out pretty quickly. They didn't, hang around and tour for 3 years and make a record. I mean, they did, I think, Unholy Passion, like maybe a year or two records after Initium.
So it's like 84, 85, 86. That's really Initium, Passion, and November are right in a row there, 3 years.
I feel like they were just kind of unknown because the records were harder to get.
Distribution.
As a kid, I remember looking for this stuff and finding it very difficult. I didn't collect records at the time, so I had cassettes. And I had an Initium cassette with Unholy Passion on it, which is I got rid of it. It's a huge collector's item now.
Yeah.
The same thing in November's Coming Fire cassette. And then after I liked Danzig, I got the Final Descent cassette. But it was not easy to find. And that's probably because of distribution. I don't know that it was distributed by Caroline like Misfits was.
So did you get into these guys? I can't remember what from the Misfits episode. Like, how early were you into the Misfits? Like,
like when I was 13 or 14.
Okay. So like, when did you get into Samhain? Like immediately after
15 or 16.
Okay. All right. So in that, and by then was Danzig solo stuff coming out? I'm trying to like.
I think the first record came out.
Okay.
I'm dating myself here, but I was a sophomore in high school, I believe.
Okay.
And that would have been 1990.
Gotcha. Yeah, so you're about 3 years older than Mark there, so we're not like that far out of range.
No.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's just kind of, Mark, what was your experience? You said you encountered them or on mixtapes and stuff like that, but I really never heard that many people in Mount Pleasant talking about this band. Did you ever?
Yeah, it was more because there was like the skateboarder crowd that we ran in, there's like the metal guys, hip hop guys, punk guys, all in the same kind of group. And Amber Grandy, who went to high school with, big music fan. Her older sister was the one that got us into like Sisters of Mercy and Samhain, and that's where I first heard like 45 Grave and a lot of that stuff. It's like, this shit is cool, but I didn't know. Just like those 2 years, she was like 2 to 3 years older than us.
Yeah,
but I'd never would have heard any of that stuff without hanging out in their basement and playing video games and listening to that stuff. But it was still like there wasn't a hook for Samhain for me. Like Misfits was easy to get into for me, real easy.
Catchy. Yeah,
through Metallica. But Samhain was like, I wasn't sure. I bought a Crass album around the same time, and I didn't know what speed to play it at. So like I didn't know what the fuck was going on with Samhain at that point. I was like, I'm just gonna go listen to Carcass or whatever. But
yeah,
it was cool to have that extra little bit of because I was big into the solo records too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is weird. I mean, like I said, the iconic, and we'll talk more about it when we get to November's Coming Fire, but that cover was so like awesome looking and stuff. And then I think I thought it was going to be something else when I played it. Like I thought it was going to be like maybe heavier, and it had these like weird elements that I wasn't ready for yet because I hadn't even heard Sisters of Mercy or The Cure and things like that by that point. You know, like
I think there's lots of like the Damned through the eyes of like you know, a more like gloomy version of the Damned in there too, and
for sure.
And a lot of that stuff I didn't really know. I was just like really deep into death metal. And I was trying to figure all that out. I didn't really care about like I cared about some punk, some hardcore, but I was so like interested in that. That's where my focus was for the most part.
Sure. So Samhain is by far my favorite.
Yeah. So go ahead. I want to hear that story. Yeah.
I remember moving to Baltimore and their records, I got them all at like a cheap price, except for my Unholy Passion, because I have one signed by Glenn Danzig.
Whoa.
Nice.
But November's Coming Fire and Initium I bought for like $4 a piece. They were like forgotten about.
Yeah.
And I think I maybe have one friend that was a fan of Samhain. I mean, everybody likes the Misfits.
Sure.
You know, it's I don't know how to I don't know if we should segue into that. So to prepare for this, because Samhain has been shrouded in a lot of mystery over the years, I listened and read a bunch of interviews, mostly with Eerie Von.
Yeah.
But Danzig himself has pronounced Samhain as Samhain, and Samhain.
Yep.
So that's 3 different ways. So I say, for the purpose of this podcast, we should just say Samhain.
Okay.
It's the easiest way.
Samhain feels more fancy. It feels like when you say that you've been to like Barcelona instead of Barcelona. You know?
Right.
So we'll just go with the Samhain.
Not fancy, more exotic.
We're not fancy.
Exotic, yes.
Yeah. We're working class people, man. Let's just keep it simple. But yeah, and it's, I mean, it's kind of like I was saying before we hit record, the debate on Celtic Frost versus Celtic Frost. I think Jeff Wagner says Celtic, and then a lot of other people I hear say Celtic, and so it's kind of one of those things. But
I mean, if you're going to pronounce it like Samhain, like it's actually pronounced, so you don't say Motley Crue or you don't say Motorhead.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So what makes these guys your favorite?
It's hard to explain. At that time, I was going through a dark period of my life. I liked a lot more darker stuff. I was never quite a goth, but I started kind of dressing more in black. I didn't wear black makeup, or I did dye my hair black, but that was for a different reason. I think I had a crush on the goth girl.
I was going to say, it's got to be a girl. Yeah.
She wasn't the reason, but, it was, I've always been kind of a hardcore kid, and there was just something different about this, where it wasn't just kind of guys, hardcore became a parody of itself.
Sure.
Much like black metal did. The original intentions and original fire and the fuel of it, and people are going to kill me for saying that about black metal.
That's all right.
No, it's true.
Are not the same as they were when it started. And I just thought this was super interesting, again, because it was shrouded in mystery. I kind of like the fact that I was the first guy on my block to have this and get into it. I got a couple friends into it. I like the fact that you had to hunt it out, which is part of my record collecting thing. I don't like buying records online. I like going to an actual store and finding it. It's way more satisfying to me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Does that cover your question?
Yeah, no, I think so. I just was curious because I remember when we recorded the Misfits episode, you were like, I'm even more excited to talk about, about Samhain and stuff. And I was like, oh, cool. Because for me, I like this band a lot. I picked up the box set. I paid a lot of money for it, unfortunately, because it's not easy to come upon.
No. And then how much did you pay for that box set?
Might have been like 80, 90.
Oh, that's not bad.
It's not terrible.
I see
about
it go
the price
for as
of
high
the
as
new.
like $500.
Oh, have you really? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I got it like probably 5-6 years ago, so maybe I beat the rush on it there.
Yeah.
But I've always really wanted to appreciate these guys, and I was kind of excited when you wanted to do a show on them, because I was like, oh, okay, this is gonna finally force me to figure these guys out a little bit more, because I just couldn't quite crack the equation a little. But yeah, I could definitely say, you know, I'm way more into these guys now, and I kind of get where they're coming from a little bit more, you know, by doing all this research and stuff. But so thank you, because it's kind of pushed me into a more of a fandom here. And I don't know if Mark, you feel kind of similar in like having to get into it a little. You're like, oh, contextually, I understand these guys.
I think at the time I didn't know what the fuck I was listening to. Back when I first heard it, I was like, oh, okay, this is just kind of ponderous and weird and whatever. But now it's like he's almost kind of feeling around in the dark. And then with all this stuff, it's like really kind of out there arrangements, like a lot of like when they start bringing like the tribal drums and dissonant guitars and stuff, it sounds absolutely nothing like Misfits. But it seems like all that kind of wide net gets condensed when he starts doing the solo stuff. And like, okay, cut out all the fat from all of this stuff. And this seems like the big like exploratory phase of just really trying to like worry about mood more than songwriting half the time. Like there's not a ton of riffs on the records.
Yeah.
It's just more kind of like atmosphere.
There's a ton of bass riffs.
There is. And drum riffs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I put a click in? I gotta move my, I'm sitting very strangely and I don't like it.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. I mean, I just need to move the table. I didn't know if it would make a lot of noise.
You're right. We drop notes sometimes and things like that. So
yeah. Can you guys hear me so good?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
So I guess like where we wanted to go first before we kind of go into the history and the setup of the band and kind of the end of the Misfits into these guys, I thought it'd kind of be fun, as we do often on Requiem, to sort of dabble into this kind of death rock, gothic punk genre term a little bit and listen to a few examples for people that maybe are a little less familiar with some of this stuff than what we are. I guess, what's that term mean to you guys? This sort of death rock or gothic punk kind of thing, and how does Samhain kind of belong into that? Maybe more so than like punk or whatever, you know.
So people call The Cure gothic rock, and I never really got that because half of their songs are super fucking poppy.
Yeah.
Do they have some dark eras? Yeah. They cut the Dark 3, I think. It's like Pornography and 7 Seconds of Fate. Those are dark records.
For sure.
But not all of them. If you listen to 80%, they got like big poppy hits. But 45 Grave is definitely goth punk.
Yep.
I thought some of the Misfits were gothier. Some of the Misfits songs were gothier punk. Not as much of the hardcore stuff that they did. Sisters of Mercy was a straight out goth Bauhaus.
Yeah.
Those are my,
well, I guess like the term, like the gothic punk thing I kind of got, but then when I first started reading about this other term, death rock, I was like, okay, maybe that's, because there's a lot of morbidity to their lyrics, but it's also like there's still some horror elements there, right, too. But it's not, like we said, not the campy horror. It's like the actual like horror, stuff. So I was like, maybe death rock is like, an interesting way of describing it. And I don't think either term completely applies to Samhain. I think that's one of the unique things. They sort of transcend that term,
Yeah, but, I mean, I feel like Samhain is a thing all on its own, and it's hard to. Yeah. It's hard to say that with people listening that haven't heard it because it doesn't paint a picture of what it's like.
Yeah.
And, I've always appreciated bands that feel like, I don't know what the fuck this is, but it is something and it's something I like.
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely.
Genre tags never meant much to me because, there's one called Female Front and that doesn't mean shit.
Yep. Well, of course, like the history part of my brain is always like interested in the history of the genre tag, whether I agree with it, just kind of the context of it,
Correct.
So kind of help you understand it a little more. In a broad sense.
For sure.
That's, again, my entire, since I've been listening to this band for, I don't want to say it, 30-some years, I've heard a lot of people refer to them as Danzig's metal band. And I just don't agree with that.
Yeah. They're like a rock band for metalheads or something like that, right? Like there's something appealing about it to metal people, but yeah, it's not metal. I agree with you there,
I mean, almost more imagery than anything is what pulls the metal thing in. Sound wise, there's nothing really.
Sure. Sure. Other than, the pinch harmonics or, a couple guitar solos here and there. But yeah,
Sure.
for sure, it's not thrashing or blasting or any of that kind of stuff.
I mean,
no, and it's very strange coming out of Earth AD because he started Samhain and had a fully recognized vision of what he wanted. There's an interview I read with Jürgen Vaughn that he said basically they started about a month after Earth AD came out.
Yeah. Yeah. They were already like, it's almost like as the Misfits were like dissolving or kind of wrapping up, Samhain was already fully functioning. You know what I mean?
Right. And that's pretty impressive for such a big genre switch.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Well, for people that are kind of interested, I guess a little bit of backstory on the term and stuff, and then we're going to kind of introduce some samples of these death rock, gothic punk, whatever term you want to sort of use. It kind of emerged in the early 80s on the West Coast, kind of in California, and it tended to incorporate kind of like repetitive rhythm sections, usually like a 4/4 kind of thing going, while the guitars usually did like a simple chords or kind of effect driven leads. The lyrics were obviously very morose, sometimes had surrealism aspects to them, and they often incorporated kind of, campy horror elements. That's where, probably Misfits fans could like kind of jump into that pretty quickly. And like the progenitors of all this though, like are the song Last Kiss from like the late 50s, early 60s. And then the Shangri-Las, who I'm a huge fan of. I fucking, all you have to do is listen to like Leader of the Pack or Never Go Home Anymore. Like I play that for my students in rock history when we're studying like the Shirelles and the Ronettes in the early 60s. And I'm like, pay attention to these lyrics. And they're like, wow, that's dark as fuck. I'm like, yeah, it is for 1963. It's pretty morbid shit, So like that's the first time you actually heard people calling it, music like death rock or death, punk or not punk, but death pop or something. And then, you got to throw your Screaming Jay Hawkins and your Alice Coopers and Doors and some of that stuff in there. And then as Mark sort of mentioned early on, you get into like the Damned. And then of course the Cramps are kind of doing like some campy elements, but also some horror elements kind of mixed with some of the rockabilly stuff. But really, I think the person who gets credit for coining it is Roz Williams from Christian Death. And he, of course, is part of the LA punk scene, correct, Blake? Am I correct in that? They were a California band?
Definitely. If you ever heard Christian Death and you're listening, go check it out. Sorry about this. This is a Samhain podcast.
No, we're going to hear Death Wish here in a second. And we've played Christian Death on another episode, Mark. I'm trying to remember where we used them. It was for context for something. I don't know if it was Neurosis or something. We were talking about Christian Death a little bit, but
it might have been
one of the weird things about the whole term and why it kind of got popular in like 81, 82 or so is apparently, from what I was reading, a lot of the LA punk acts got very macabre, especially after Darby Crash like died, who was in the Germs, from suicide. And like a lot of that was a theory that was sort of put forth. I read about it in a 2006 article from Stylus magazine. And so they kind of were saying that like a lot of the LA punk bands kind of reacted to that suicide. It kind of caught them off guard, and it was almost like they were in mourning for him or something. And so like some of the lyrics and some of the songs started to kind of take on a more morbid kind of aspect to them. But I don't know if you've ever heard that before, that theory that a lot of it had to do with what was going on with the breakup of the Germs and stuff. But that was interesting. I don't know.
So my take is I feel like this is his answer to the Bauhaus.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
If you listen to it, it's still got those like high-pitched kind of dissonant wailing guitar parts, and it's very bass driven. I mean, it's almost, I think, a direct copy of the Bauhaus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it doesn't sound anything like the Bauhaus.
I know, that's a weird thing. It's like some of the guitar parts are very Bauhaus, but like the rest of it is like completely its own weird thing, Yeah.
The approach, but not the final final thing.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I can tell you when my first band that I was in, I tried to write Cannibal Corpse, and they did not sound like Cannibal Corpse.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the charm. I was just talking about it to my, speaking of rock history, we were just talking about garage rock and how, the 60s garage rock thing was all these American bands trying to ape, the Kinks and the Rolling Stones, etc. But they're not. You know what I mean? Like they end up not doing that, and that's kind of what gave some charm to like the whole thing. And they end up kind of creating, you know, the framework for punk and American metal and some of that stuff out of like their kind of really piss poor attempts to like, you know, mimic something. It created something brand new, and that's kind of cool, right?
I mean, sometimes lack of technicality can lead to that sort of thing.
Absolutely. Well, and I think, like, Mark, you said it earlier best, that it's almost like a distillation. That's kind of what Samhain's kind of doing, right? They're like distilling certain elements down. These are all pretty simple songs. There's nothing like super that complicated about really most of the stuff that they're doing. But
there's almost a complication in the like Danzig's naivete on drums and rhythm.
Sure.
But
Yeah.
I don't think there's any way in hell that was intentional. I think that's all BS, because he's always been a bullshit artist to some degree. He likes to, you know, to massage the history and everything. And I think it's incredible what he came up with, but I do not think it was intentional. Seeing his previous
if you
work.
go by the theory that he recorded everything on the Who Killed Marilyn single, which was not in Misfits, it was during the Misfits.
It was a solo project, right?
It was just called Band. He's a decent hardcore drummer, but this doesn't sound anything like that.
No.
So there was always the rumor that he just said he changed stuff on the Who Killed Marilyn single.
Mhm.
That he re-recorded it and he didn't. So that's highly possible if you compare the drums from that to this.
So the theory is that he didn't actually do the drums on that single. Is that what you're kind of saying?
Members of the Misfits say he did not re-record anything on the Who Killed Marilyn single.
Huh.
And if you listen to the drums, they're pretty, like, it's not technically proficient, but you need to be a good drummer to do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the Samhain stuff sounds almost stiff. There's not like a looseness in the drums.
I agree.
No.
It's almost
pretty
like
awkward.
it's like
Yes. Awkward
I mean,
might be
there's
a better
stuff-
word.
there's stuff later on with it that almost sounds like like, you know, and I know he kind of started fucking around, I think, a little bit with like programming, didn't he?
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know, you could kind of get like almost like an early Nine Inch Nail, like industrial Godfleshy kind of feel on some of like the later stuff. And I don't know if that was intentional or accidental or just he didn't know like what he was doing with the drum programming. But like you said, it's almost the fumbling and the not knowing that added a lot of charm to some of what this
And
is.
them insisting a real drummer played the way he wrote it. Instead of saying, look, man, I'm not a good drummer. Just do what you think will fit.
Yeah.
I think he's a little bit of a control freak sometimes when he's allowed to be.
A little
You
bit,
know?
yeah.
So let's get into some of the context stuff here. We picked out a handful of tunes just to give people a taste of what this kind of gothic rock, death punk kind of stuff sounds like. We're starting with the Cramps from 1978, kind of one of their iconic songs, Human Fly. It's one of the first two singles that they put out on, I think, Vengeance Records, that kind of really helped usher in the kind of horror rockabilly stylings that they sort of made famous. Alex Chilton from Big Star actually produced some of this early stuff. And you got Lux's kind of vocals kind of buzzing over top everything and this kind of, you know, doing his goth horror kind of vocals. And there's a cool nod for Michigan peeps like Mark and myself to Question Mark and the Mysterians when they do the 96 Tears reference, which I thought was pretty cool. Yeah. But Human Fly is kind of like it's considered like an early, like almost pre-goth song, you know, and it influenced some of those bands we kind of call goth that come later. Were you ever a Cramps fan, Blake, much or no?
Yeah, I don't like the rockabilly stuff as much because that's one of my most detested genres. But yeah, I like the darkness and the kind of, it's very stark.
Yeah.
Goo Goo Muck might be my favorite. Human Fly is great.
Yeah.
Like the later stuff, I don't really care for. Like,
for me, it's early Cramp stuff. Yep.
Right, the Luke Mondo head and that type of stuff. Yeah.
Yep.
I've seen the Cramps a couple of times.
Have you? Oh, cool. Yeah. They always seem like they'd be like a great live band too, from what I know. This is kind of wild.
I mean, a lot of stuff comes through DC.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, some stuff comes through Michigan, just kind of hit or miss, you know. Right. So, and then we get to one of your favorites, Blake, Death Wish from Christian Death, and This is definitely more metallic crunch than what you hear with the Cramps. It comes from their masterful Only Theater of Pain. Melody Maker called that album Gothic album to out Gothic all others. And then AV Club actually called it a depraved masterpiece, which I thought was awesome. This to me feels like outright doom rock, right? That's kind of what Christian Death's almost inventing with this. It's a pretty pivotal record for this genre, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. That's always just been one of those, that's one of those bands I picked up as a kid because of the name.
Yeah, sure.
I was like, this name, it's got to be fucking good.
I always thought they'd be heavier than they were the first time I heard them, and then I kind of fell in love with them.
Yeah, I mean, as a child, I don't want to say child, as a teenager, I was very curious as to what sound this was because it was on like nothing I had ever heard.
Sure. Yeah. I thought like it was like Morbid Angel, Christian Death. And then I was like, oh, okay, they don't sound like Morbid Angel. Okay. So, and then we go from there to another of the sort of West Coast punk bands. And this is one, it's interesting. True Sounds of Liberty, or T.S.O.L, with the title track Dance With Me from that album. And I said, I didn't know a ton about these guys really. The first time I actually heard them as a high school kid was Slayer's Undisputed Attitude, where they did abolish government and stuff like that. So it was like weird for me when I found out like that some of their stuff was like morbid like this. It kind of caught me off guard because I just thought they were a political LA hardcore kind of punk band and stuff. But their first full length, which we're hearing something from here, is from Frontier Records. This is one of those post-Darby LA punk kind of macabre death rock records. And, I just wrote, it's hardcore punk speed mixed with like horror lyrics. There's a lyric like swaying to the sounds of a demonic beast. There's a song on this record called Code Blue where he just screams over and over, "I want to fuck the dead." And I was like, whoa, I did not know TSOL was writing songs like this. It just kind of blew my mind. Were you into these guys kind of back in the day at all, or did you know?
Absolutely. I was more of a hardcore kid, hardcore punk guy. So I really was like, what is that shit?
Yeah.
And they started doing that. But, later in my early 30s, that type of stuff, I really started to appreciate those records for what they were. And actually now they're my favorite ones from that band.
Got it. Yeah. What was up with that? That just seems weird for a band that was singing abolish government to then be singing "I want to fuck the dead," right? Like that's kind of a pretty serious kind of left turn there,
So my friend Ron, who was in Final Conflict, was a member of around that scene at the time.
Uh-huh.
He said that was just kind of what they did to make a name for themselves.
More controversy, kind of a little bit.
Not really a controversy, just because hardcore punk was so
ubiquitous, probably.
Ubiquitous. They wanted to get their name out, and what they always wanted to do was gothic sort of rock.
Oh,
so
okay.
that's why it was a very quick transition.
Gotcha. Okay.
But that could not be true. I have no.
Yeah, I know. It's weird because it's like there is this sort of dissonant Joy Division-esque kind of breakdown in the middle, and almost a little eerie, like Slayer-esque coda at the very end, like the last 30 seconds. It gets real eerie and stuff. And it was cool. I was like, oh man, this stuff I'll have to go check out Dance With Me as an album. Is all of it like this or just those kind of songs?
No, there's a lot of that. Sprinkled in, not every single one of the records is great.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. So then we go from there to a band that people might be a little bit more familiar with, at least their more modern incarnation, and that's Southern Death Cult, who obviously became the Cult. But in their early years,
they became Death Cult, and
then Death Cult, and then so they keep changing their name or whatever. But this is, if one of the progenitors of this genre is the Doors, then certainly these guys kind of flew that flag because of the way Ian Astbury's, voice kind of worked the same way Jim Morrison did a bit, but overall, what's that? Yeah, exactly.
It kind of all falls in line.
Yep, absolutely. But, Moya is singing about Nagasaki and Wounded Knee and the death of Indian nation. So it's got the morose, morbid subject matter stuff. And I've always had a soft spot personally for the Cult. So it's kind of fun to play them because there's not really an opportunity to ever talk about or play the Cult on Requiem. But, here we are. So
I think we've done it a couple times.
Have we? Are
I
you
think
sure?
so. I think, well, at least we played
Maybe we just talked
Southern
about it.
Death Cult a couple times.
Did we? I don't know. I've maybe we just thought about it. I don't remember doing it, but maybe we did. So, were you into these guys ever, Blake, or not really? Or were these guys a little?
No, I mean, I definitely had friends that were into them, so they were not completely off my radar.
I mean, they were kind of probably more the mainstream end of this kind of death rock genre, correct?
Well, obviously, the Southern Death Cult and the Death Cult were way before my time.
Yeah.
So those records were hard to find. So I was never aware of. I never really cared for the cult that much because it just seemed like regular. It wasn't cock rock enough for me. It wasn't metal enough for me. It was just in some genre.
It does fall into a weird, middle ground there. I get that for sure.
So, but I had friends that really, really liked them and then started getting, they were probably presses of Southern Death Cult and the Death Cult, sorry.
Now, do you think that like this stuff, like Cramps, Christian Death, T.S.O.L, Southern Death Cult, and then 45 Grave, is this connected? Does Samhain have any connection at all that you can hear in these like kind of foundational bands, or are we?
I mean, it has to, right?
Okay.
I mean, I don't think there's a direct connection where you could say this is Danzig ripping off this band.
Sure.
But it has to have had. He went from a band that played some rockabilly type 60s horror stuff to then a hardcore punk band and then to a thrash punk band.
Yeah.
I mean, the Misfits had 3 definitive eras.
Yeah.
And I don't think he had anything to do with that. But I think this was a full realized vision of what Danzig wanted to do.
So he had to be a fan of this.
I would say the biggest influence would have been 45.
Yeah, which is what we're going to end this set with. And alongside Christian Death, 45 Grave, and then I think the third band that always gets mentioned is Community FK? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
I don't know them either. I didn't really research them too much, but they get mentioned the most when this association of death rock. And so I thought it'd be kind of fun to highlight this classic from, of course, Return of the Living Dead, which is where I first heard 45 Grave. The Dinah Cancer on vocals. She's got some real like Wendy O. Williams kind of vibes, especially in this tune, Party Time. I did some research. The band were extras in Blade Runner too. I guess they befriended.
Oh, really? I never knew that. I love that.
Yeah, they're in some scene, probably one of the bar scenes, when he's kind of pursuing.
Right.
And really, the whole Return of the Living Dead soundtrack had lots of death rock on it. It had T.S.O.L, the Cramps were on that soundtrack too. Mm-hmm. So that's like, there's some real that I'm sure that movie was one that, Glenn he's a big horror fan. I'm sure he loved that movie, but it's an uplifting song about Sabine, a 5-year-old girl who's raped, brutally abused, and killed by her mother and friends, based on true events. And yet they turned it into like this, right, sing along party time. I mean, there's lyrics like about putting like the mother putting cigarettes out on the daughter and stuff. I mean, it's some real like grim shit, but yet it's like done in this like rock and roll. It's death rock. It's the personification of like everything that term means to me. And it's funny because this song has showed up in a whole bunch of different places. It showed up in the new Netflix series, the Sabrina, that they did. That's way darker than the actual, like kids show that we used to be on.
The Archie cartoon.
Yeah.
Archie comic book.
Yeah, it's based more on the occult and shit like that. I guess it showed up in a Walking Dead episode. It was in a Call of Duty Black Ops video game and stuff. So it's weird how I mean, no one talks really about 45 Grave that I know of, but this song seems to have kind of grown its own life. And why do you think, Blake, that the 45 Grave in particular is probably the most connected to what Samhain's doing?
It kind of sounds like, 45 Grave is the definition of a death punk.
Yeah.
I mean, it's way more punk than, say, Christian Death.
Yeah.
But I think Danzig would have had some sort of interaction or something with that band from his extensive touring with the Misfits.
Yeah.
Been a member from that band or even have seen that band or played with that. Samhain doesn't sound anything like 45 Grave. But, nothing sounds like Samhain.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. Yeah, but the spirit's kind of there. I get that, So, all All right, well, let's get into it. Let's kind of prep everything before we dive full scale into the story of Samhain and stuff. We've got Human Fly from the Cramps from the Gravest hits from 1978. Then from 1982's Only Theater of Pain, we got Death Wish from Christian Death. Dance With Me, the title track from T.S.O.L's 1981 record. Then we have Moya from the Southern Death Cult's 1983 self-titled album. And then from Sleep and Safety, also from 1983, we've got Party Time from 45 Grave.
Tears, 96 eyes, I got a garbage brain that's driving me insane, and I don't like the ride, so push that mess to the side, and baby, I won't care, cause baby, I don't scare, cause I'm a reborn maggot using gym warfare. Rock. I'm a human fly, I still feel why I say buzz, and it's just because I'm an unzipped fly, and I don't know why, but I say rock tonight, and I say rock it right, and I say but I don't know why. Just don't know why.
It was open, so I crawled inside. Someone up ahead was crying. Someone up ahead was dying. Lost in the darkness, lost in today. You can only lose it to your mind. You've got to lose it to your mind. Waves and waves of tranquility. It's hard on your innocence. Discarding all that was before. Let's call inside. Aboriginal souls devoured without shame. We lick our lips clean, so clean. No one outside knows. No one outside knows what it means to me to be set free. You can only lose it to your mind. You got to lose it to your mind. Waves and waves of tranquility. It's hard on your innocence. We're discarding all that was before. Let's go inside. death is on me like a halo to the gods. Bathed in mortal sorrow, my innocence is lost. Dance with me, my dear, on a floor of bones and skulls. The music is our master, the devil control. Swirling and swirling with the music all turning, swaying to the sound of a demonic beat. The ring of death is on me like a halo to the god. I'm bathed in mortal sorrow, my innocence is lost.
That was Party Time from 45 Grave, Moya from the Southern Death Cult, Dance With Me from T.S.O.L, Death Wish Christian Death, and we started with Human Fly from the Cramps. So guess we need to set up the story of Samhain from the ashes of the Misfits, I guess. So I've definitely got some things to share, resource-wise from some interviews and different things like that. But I guess how would you frame that story of the transition from the Misfits into, Samhain for you as like a fan?
Well, it was just, this is hard to describe because it's so long, 30-some years. It was kind of a shock. I was expecting Misfits, like the Misfits 2, and that's not what I got at all.
Sure.
It immediately clicked, which is weird because it was so different. But I always liked the imagery. I thought it was a little more visceral than the Misfits. I liked the fact that it was not as campy. As a teenager, I didn't want the fun stuff. I was kind of a gloomy sort of teenager.
Yeah.
I want more fun now. It immediately clicked, but I knew it was different. I knew it was different than anything I'd ever heard at that time. And I still kind of think the same thing.
Sure. Yeah. Basically, what I came across is I've got two things. One is I've got the American Hardcore book, The Tribal History by Stephen Blush, which I'm sure you guys are both familiar with. Mm-hmm. And then I've got I found an interview with Glenn from Forced Exposure from 1984, which is pretty good stuff, so it's early Samhain kind of era. And what he says in that, and I'll share various things throughout the episode, but he's, the guy was asking about Earth AD and kind of saying that the speed was like kind of wild. And Glenn says, yeah, it was just too fast. That's why I was really depressed after that album. I just didn't want anything to do with that band. Some of the stuff on Initium is even too fast for us, so we might re-record some of it and slow it down someday. And he says, oh, yeah, then the guy goes, hey, the musicianship of the band live, it's better than the Misfits. This is, again, 1984 perspective. And Danzig says, oh, yeah, most of the people who come up to me after a show will say, hey, you're in a real band now, things like that, because he, Erie, actually plays bass, and he's only been playing since last January. Jerry was playing for how long? And he didn't care about doing fifths or octave notes or runs or anything. He couldn't be bothered doing any of that. Live, sometimes he didn't really care if he was playing or not. If he forgot where he was, he would just let everyone bang on the bass. That was his way of saying, I'll get out of this. So there's a lot of contempt in his voice there about, some of his feelings, I think, towards the end of Misfits, right?
Sure.
I don't know. Would you agree with those statements that the other guys just weren't like advancing very far musically, or do you think?
Look, Jerry and Doyle are no Yingwei Malmsteen. They're not. Every record they're out of tune.
Yeah.
And I don't know why that music is so challenging for that. It's not. It's not challenging music.
Yeah.
I'm the world's shittiest guitar player, and I can play that stuff right. To the point where I saw them at the barbecue, which was not that long ago, and Jerry was singing. I've seen Misfits cover bands that sound better than that. It was not tight, and it sounded awful. Like they just didn't care how they sounded. But as far as the ending of Misfits goes and the transition to Samhain, I heard the same thing from Gary Vaughn, that Danzig was very just kind of depressed about that record. He had written, before the Misfits had broken up, Blood Feast and Death Comes Ripping for Samhain, and decided to include them on Earth AD.
And that kind of makes sense because, Death Comes Ripping sort of almost seems out of step with some of the Earth AD era.
Blood Feast 100% sounds like a Misfits song, a Danzig song. I'm sorry, a Samhain song.
Yeah.
It's very moody and kind of drummy.
Yep.
Death Comes Ripping, I thought, was the weird one that stands out because it's definitely a thrash song.
Sure.
But it could be they changed it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and so then you go over to the American Hardcore book, and Glenn's talking in there. He's interviewed, and he says, basically, I disbanded the band. I could have kept calling the band the Misfits after we split, but didn't think that would be right. We were going to call it Danzig, but we called it Samhain. It was what I wanted to do all along. a blending of what people call goth with some slower grooves and tribal drums, mid-tempo, dirgy, and more progressive, for sure. Punk was getting boring. I started listening to March Violets, Sex Gang Children, Foetus, Bauhaus, Alien Sex Fiend. I like music with the original punk ethic. Change it as soon as it gets boring. Music's always been a revolutionary for me. Samhain was more a real approach. It's what Earth AD was supposed to be. The other guys made it cartoony. So that's where he kind of mentioned some of the bands that he was kind of listening to. And I think you had mentioned, right, Alien Sex Fiend before, correct?
Not me, but I know who that is.
Oh, no. Who were we talking about? Oh, we were talking about the Lords.
Lords of New Jersey.
Yeah, that's who I thought he had mentioned. But yeah, I think it was Alien Sex Fiend that got in my brain there. So,
happens.
Yeah,
Alien Sex Fiend is pretty psychedelic, gothy, industrial music.
that's kind of what I remember. I heard a couple of their tunes. I was kind of sampling a little bit, but it didn't stand out to me as much, as some of the other stuff. But yeah, so clearly there's the tribal drum thing that you were kind of talking about before, Mark, right? That kind of throughout a lot of what Samhain's kind of doing.
And you said Foetus. How's that pronounced?
Foetus, Foetus.
Okay, so that's still pronounced fetus.
Fetus. That would be Fetus. Yeah, is that Jim? What's his name? He did like Nine Inch Nails remixes, didn't he? Jim Thurwill or something like that.
Fetus was also a very, very dark,
kind of industrial, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. So and then the interviewer in American Hardcore asks him. It says Samhain started as a hardcore supergroup. Glenn with Minor Threat guitarist Brian Baker and Lyle Pressler, and on bass either Al Pike of Reagan Youth or ex-Negative Approach Graham McCullough. But things never panned out. So Glenn tried again with two New Jersey Misfit fanatics, bassist Erie Vaughn of Rosemary's Baby and drummer Steve Zing from Morning Noise. Zing got replaced later by London May down the road, which we'll get into. And it kind of asked Brian Baker about his time kind of being part of it. And he says, that band was short-lived. It came as Minor Threat was breaking up. It seemed like we were moving up. We thought, we're going to get with the best singer in hardcore. At that time, Glenn Danzig was an absolute god. The fact that he'd play with Lyle and I was amazing. We had a new thing to pursue, which of course fell through. That's because Glenn is a self-sufficient person. He writes the music and plays as many instruments as he can on every record. Things didn't work out with Lyle. Lyle, I, and he, because we all wanted to write songs. Obviously, image is a huge thing with Glenn, and Lyle and I aren't big image people. I never wanted it to be in a horror movie. At a point, I wasn't in Samhain anymore, but Lyle still was. Lyle played on Samhain's first record, but wasn't actually in the band. Glenn saw Samhain in his head and tried to plug us into it, but we didn't fit. We weren't visually what he wanted, and we'd play stylistically what he wanted. Also, by this time, we were good musicians, certainly better guitar players than Glenn Danzig was. So, it's kind of interesting. I never really knew about the kind of Minor Threat kind of connection to all this until I started poking around. I was like, oh shit, okay, that's interesting that these kind of groups were kind of merging together a bit. I mean, I guess they're both, East Coast, kind of near where you're at.
Well, not just that. Minor Threat was unabashedly big fans of this.
Yeah.
And the rumor I've always heard is that Brian Baker and Lyle Pressler got goaded out of being in Samhain. And this is probably not true, but I heard that people are like, dude, you were in Minor Threat, you're in Samhain now, and kind of laughing. That's compared to the Minor Threat being one of the most classic hardcore bands of all time.
So, you think they were kind of embarrassed out of the band? Is that what you kind of mean?
That's what I've heard, but I don't know that that's true.
Interesting.
I've never been able to find a buddy of mine that was kind of close to the Minor Threat crew told me that, but I've never been able to find any sort of reference to it to back that up.
Yeah. Well, here's what Glenn's response was to what Brian Baker was just saying. He says, I went to work with Lyle and Brian. They wanted to do a new band to work with a real singer. Ian's a great frontman, but he couldn't sing. I was interested because I always liked Minor Threat. I went down there. They wanted to do something similar to what I wanted, but there were too many ideas. None of the songs gelled properly. We tried to work it out with just Lyle, but he ended up just doing one show at Rock Hotel. We knew it wasn't going to work. So they both seem kind of pretty cordial about it. No one seems to be, bashing, but I don't know. That very well could be is like, the image of everything was just not what they were kind of about, I guess.
Could be. I don't know what if Glenn Danzig asked me to jam. I think I would know what to expect.
For sure.
It could have been.
Yeah.
I seriously doubt that because I don't know that that's ever been that guy.
Yeah.
That, what you just stated, sounds a little bit more, if you decide to jam with somebody, I don't think you're not aware of what that's going to be.
Sure. Yeah, exactly. It's not like Glenn Danzig's an unknown quantity, right?
Right. Correct.
You kind of know what he's all about. So then you go back over to the forced exposure and they kind of ask him about, where the name and some of that stuff and the concept came from. He says, it started out as Samhain. That was one of the main names that I really wanted. I'd been studying Samhain for the last 2 years. It's something I've always wanted to do. And information is real hard to come by. Again, this is 1984, pre-internet world, right? And information that's really hard to come by, and it's expensive when you do come across it. And I had the song Samhain, so it felt right. Me and Erie would always talk about how we weren't really happy with the bands we were in. So originally, Erie played drums, and we were going through guitarists and bass players. Eventually, though, I got Steve Zing from Morning. Hang on, flip this.
Morning Noise.
The Morning Noise on drums, and I taught Erie bass because he had a real good image on stage and stuff. I knew I could teach him bass in a month. It's so easy. And then the interviewer says, originally we had heard rumors that you would be moving a couple hours closer to DC and playing with Brian and Lyle. Here's what Glenn says. This is in 84. That was a long time ago, but when I was thinking of doing a band with Brian and Lyle, but that didn't work out. I only went down to 2 rehearsals in DC, and the rehearsals I went to really sucked. So, yeah. So there you go. That's kind of a little bit there, and then he does kind of talk a little bit later about trying to work with, they worked with Graham from Negative Approach. He said he's a really great guy, but as far as being a great bass player, he says, Erie's better than him right now, and he hasn't been playing that long. So, kind of sounds like he says the original idea was to create this super group, basically, but it wasn't. And the songs kind of got changed from that point. So I think, yeah, it was like getting Negative Approach guys, Minor Threat guys, and some of that kind of stuff. And then it just didn't really kind of work out in that sort of regard.
So I hate to be this guy, but should we define what actually Samhain means?
Well, yeah, I think that's going to come up. I've got a point where I'll let Glenn describe what he thinks it is.
Okay.
We'll kind of get into that a little bit, but yeah, I think then we can comment on some of that too. I think
this is why you're a professional podcaster.
Yeah, well, I got my kind of have my shit together a little bit. So, but the horn skull that becomes kind of the image, just to give a little background, was originally from Mike Golden for the Marvel comic, the Saga of Crystar. Now, was that
Crystar Warriors is a toy line in the 80s?
Was that the toy line? Okay, I was going to say I had that toy, so I never knew that it had any association to this. And then the font came from the giant Gila Monster movie,
Gila Monster.
Gila Monster, yeah, sorry.
Until November's Coming Fire, they used a different font.
What's that?
They used a different font for November's Coming Fire and Final Descent. So for a long time, Danzig had claimed that he invented that skull when it was very well known that it was from Crystar. I think now he admits that it's from Crystar. They've taken it.
Well, yeah, I think Michael Golden's dead now.
Right. Forever he claimed that he invented that. And that shows you what kind of guy he is. There's no reason to not claim that if Michael Golden saw that and he didn't decide to sue Danzig, I think that he was probably pretty safe.
Yeah. But I mean, it goes back to like all of Danzig's like input for design was all aped from other stuff.
Oh yeah,
and that's what I liked about it. It was there's a little something familiar about it, but it was turned on its head all the time.
Yeah, indeed. And the name, obviously, and Glenn's going to define it later, as Blake was kind of talking about. It's the Gaelic New Year, and like I said, Glenn's going to talk about that in the forced exposure interview I have, and he's going to talk about it from that Thrasher interview. He goes in like a little 5-minute thing on the origins of Samhain and the concepts and all that kind of stuff. So basically, it's, alternative force exposure. He says, I started Archangel in August of 83. All right. And Jimmy, the guy interviewing him, says, so before the last Misfits show? He says, yeah. Remember the Santa Monica Civic show? I quit that night. That was June of 83. I told those guys, that's it. As a matter of fact, I told Henry Rollins that night. He said, wow, I've seen it coming, though. And then the interview says, but you just recorded Earth AD the night before, right? And he says, yeah, but it wasn't finished because the monitor fell onto the soundboard. We didn't really even get started. We recorded the rest of it out here with Spot. And so Archangel was basically him, and they ask, is that you and Erie? And he says, no, I did the drums for it, and Al Pike of Reagan Youth played bass. Al Pike was originally supposed to be in the band, but he wouldn't leave his job, and I didn't want to have to go through that again. And he says, Archangel, this is where the Damn connection comes from.
Yes,
Archangel, cool. I wrote for Dave Vanian a long time ago, and he was supposed to sing it with us, playing it and backing him up on the record. For people that don't know, Dave Vanian was one of the vocalists. Did he also play bass in the Damned for a while? I can't remember.
No, he's just a vocalist.
He's just vocalist? Okay. I couldn't remember if he ever played an instrument in the early years. But
no, the Damned had about 60 bass players.
Yeah, maybe that's what it's like the Spinal Tap thing, yeah. And so, yeah, he says he was supposed to sing with it and backing, and then we were going to back him up on the record. That was back in 1981. He came over and did a few rehearsals with us in Jerry's garage, but it never happened. Then me and Steve did 4 or 5 more songs where I played guitar direct with Steve's drums. I then went back and added some bass tracks. Then Erie went back and overdubbed some additional bass tracks because he had just started playing, and we worked from there. And then when Lyle said he wanted to do it, he laid some additional guitar overlay stuff. On a lot of songs, he refused to play downstroking. He wanted to play up and down, which makes a difference because when it comes back up, you're hitting the end strings first, which is not what I wanted. It sounded like Chet Atkins or something, he laughs. We've got live reviews of our first show that actually said the band was great, but you could tell that Lyle wasn't really part of the band. So we did the Rock Hotel show and never called him back. And that's when we got Damien from Morning Noise.
Okay, I've got a little bit of a bone with people.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Pick away.
Thrasher is an amazing fast guitar player. And you don't think he could downpick those songs?
Hey, you know that Glenn's a little prickly, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, this is keep case in point, folks. I am reading an interview with Glenn Danzig.
Oh yeah, I understand.
Yeah, no, I think you. It's worth noting to people who are hearing this that it's like I teach my kids in AP World History. You have to source the material and understand the POV of who you're hearing.
I mean, people think that playing hardcore is super easy, and it's not. It's hard to play that fast, that tight for a long time, and that's why a lot of songs end up being a minute long. But it's
for
tough.
sure. Yep.
And it's tough to play that for 20 minutes a night.
Yep. Agreed. And so that's kind of the creation of them. And I always thought it was a cool name. It's mysterious. The occult thing that's kind of going on with it, I thought was pretty awesome. And kind of the inspiration for all that, for the name and stuff is, he says, oh, hang on. Dang it. I lost it. Never mind. I thought I had it. Oh, I do have it. It's just in a different spot. We got too many notes. Sorry, guys. He said, well, they ask him kind of where the inspiration musically and stuff sort of comes from. He goes, well, lately, he says, I've been writing a lot of stuff on keyboard. I wrote this song called The Hungry End on piano, which will freak a lot of people out. I've been listening to the Cough Cool record, which was the Misfits' first guitarless 45 a lot lately. And that's been really inspiring me. The whole thing is I want to get that feeling back in this band I was getting back in 77 and 78 from being in a punk band. For us, it's there. And it seems like for the audience, it's there as well, because we have a ton of people going crazy for our stuff, and we're not a hardcore band. So it's weird that he was going back to that like really early, almost like keyboard kind of driven stuff that you heard on the very early stuff from Misfits. But it makes sense with like kind of how like weird and primitive some of the stuff with Samhain is. You know what I mean?
So there is a lot of keyboards in Samhain, but
they're
made to sound like a bell. One thing I noticed the other day, which is not Samhain related, but Danzig related, is that on Danzig 2, they use a piano to thicken out the sound. It's just very, very in the background.
Mm-hmm.
So if you listen to it with headphones, you might notice it. Just on Danzig 2, kind of make those chords John Christ hits them a little bit bigger. But yes, the big thing for Samhain was definitely that extra melody added by Glenn Danzig on the keyboard.
Yeah. Yep. I think, like, you know, when it comes to the debut, which we're about to sort of get into, you know, it's got this evocative cover. You know, it's them covered in blood, which is a different type of image than what we've seen. And, you know, we'll talk about the Unholy Passion cover, which has like a fully naked woman with sort of like a, I don't know, is that like a demon zombie skull kind of head thing kind of going on? But there's definitely, you know, like we said, they're upping the horror, and there's something a little bit more kind of eerie and scary about what they're sort of doing. And, you know, that ties into the sort of the origin of the name. And Glenn's going to talk about his own version. I thought I had it in an interview I was going to read, but I think it's just the Thrasher thing. Like this whole idea of kind of the Halloween, but like the pagan side of Halloween, like, what was your first thoughts on that, Blake, when you encountered? I mean, you were kind of into dark shit, but was this taboo, or had you already kind of busted through a lot of that?
No, I had already kind of busted. Darker the better in my eyes. But actually, as a side note, Samhain is on November 1st, not on Halloween night. Which
exactly. It's November 1st, right?
Yes, it's a pretty big misconception. But as far as to answer your question, yeah, it didn't bother me at all. I liked it super dark. It was not into super, it's hard to say, hard to explain, repetitive stuff. I didn't like stuff then that didn't break any sort of mold.
Mm-hmm.
Like I didn't get into 1,000 hardcore bands because they all kind of sounded the same to me.
I get that. It's kind of like you wanted something different from, you know, you probably were into some of the original sort of foundational stuff, but if they kind of just kept making that same record over and over, you're like, I'm out, you know? Exactly.
I mean, if you say, for example, listen to Cannibal Corpse and Autopsy, it's the same genre, but they sound 100% different than each other.
Yeah.
And anything that had a little bit different edge, I started getting to industrial music. That's when I started getting The Cure. I hate to say this, I started getting to Morrissey at that time. I still like Morrissey, but he's a twat.
Yeah, I like the Smiths a lot. So
yeah, I love the Smiths. You know, so it's I started to really, really branch out. A lot of thrash had become boring to me because a lot of people are on their fourth and fifth record, which are starting to get really stale and stagnant. I mean, you can't tell me Exodus's fourth record is a good record.
No.
You know?
Was that Force of Habit or something?
That's the fifth. That was Impact is Imminent.
Impact is Imminent. Yeah, it's the one where they're riding.
Just everything got repetitive.
Sure.
And instead of having that same fire and the energy they had when they first started, it just seemed kind of paint by numbers to me. So I really started branching out and trying to get into different stuff.
Well, and so the debut Initium comes out on Plan 9. This is August '84. You know, what are your thoughts on the debut as a whole, the production, favorite songs, atmosphere? We're about to kind of talk about some of these things, but what stands out to you about this debut that they kind of put out here?
The atmosphere mostly, and the songs. The production on most, if not all, the Samhain records is 100% rock. I mean, they way before black metal, they were the original let's record in the cave sounding guys.
Yeah. It's pretty primitive, you know.
It is, and I think my personal opinion is Danzig himself did it because no other professional recording guy would let them get away with sounding like that.
Yeah.
Well, he's even done that on some of his later on, you know, releases, his solo releases, where he doesn't have a producer and just sounds like, you know, playing in a tin can.
Oh, really? I've never listened to a lot of that stuff. I was wondering if he'd gotten any better.
Yeah, what's the one with Black Candy on it, Jason? The name of that record?
I don't know.
Death
I don't
Black Sabaoth?
Oh, yeah.
Black
I like
Sabbath?
That no, Death...
Black Death Sabaoth is it was like
Dead Red Sabbath.
Yes.
Yeah. Is it the one from 2008, 2009?
There's like good songs, but it sounds like shit. It's recorded like shit.
I kind of dig
It's not a bad record.
No, it's a good record, but it doesn't sound good.
But that's maybe the charm of it, perhaps. I don't know.
I mean, look, Samhain would never sound good, really recorded well, but it really sounds like shit.
Yeah,
And,
I think you're almost right about that. It's like it needs to be recorded kind of bad.
Point.
But it also, the way it was recorded led to the overall mood of the thing. It was a lot more mysterious and darker because of that. So I don't want people thinking that sounds like shit, like some kid on a 4-track, which it probably was. But it sounds not good.
It does, yeah. It's not produced in like it's not like a Rick Rubin production. But if it had a Rick Rubin production, it wouldn't be as interesting.
Right, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Here's what Glenn says about this in Forced Exposure. He says basically with Samhain, we want to get a definitive sound and always keep that power and intensity, and just experiment with all kinds of stuff. Do things that nobody else is doing. Everybody is just doing mediocre bullshit, like all these thrash bands. They're not as good as the bands they're just trying to rip off. All the good thrash bands are gone. All these other bands are stupid. Their lyrics are real dumb. I like real good lyrics, and there's nothing there for me. All these kids just had this thing handed to them. They didn't have to work for it or anything. They think the bands owe them something just because they bought their record. I don't owe anybody jack shit. I owe you a good show if you come and see us, and that's about it. I kind of love the fucking chip on his shoulder, man. He's just really like pissed off in this interview. You know? Well,
he's also being very hypocritical there.
I know.
Not all the Misfits lyrics were really good.
No, I know that. It's so funny. Like, whereas he's like, I mean, he's talking about thrash in '84 as it being played out. And I'm like, Glenn, there's still a few good thrash records.
Well, I think he was kind of more referring to thrashy hardcore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're probably right there. Yeah, I probably misread that. So
what I hear in this is Glenn starting to get his own ego together.
Yeah.
Where
his persona. And that he's kind of perfect and nobody else is. And this also sounds like it's a self-realization where he doesn't have to work with them well. He doesn't have to rely on Jerry Doyle not showing up. This is him. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, I almost feel like he's cutting like wrestling promos. Like he's kind of becoming like his Danzig character that's going to like define him, I
think this is definitely the start of that.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, so let's kind of talk about the songs that are going to come from Initium here. Some of these, Blake, you picked out. I threw a couple others in. By the way, I added late a couple days ago. I don't know if you saw it, but I threw the Howl in. We can kind of talk about it just because mainly about the vocals, but we'll kind of get to it when you get to it. But
okay,
we're starting off with Black Dream, and I said this is kind of a perfect kind of goth inflected ripping hardcore song. It's about as hardcore as Samhain's gonna get, I guess. It feels a little transitional, but still kind of angry, coming. And I love the little chime keyboard sounds that you start to hear in the background here.
Yeah, bells and stuff. That's the cool part.
So I was going to mention that definitely this, and there's another song that escapes me right now that are on Initium that almost could be Misfit songs.
Yeah, this is definitely like a transitional, like a
100%.
Yep. I mean, it's got lyrics, pretty black one, Black Dream can kiss me loose. There's like they're kind of those are kind of gothy-ish, kind of lyrics, I guess. There,
So I really like this because I had a crush on the goth girl.
Oh. There you go.
This one really connected with me.
I bet
she was my Black Dream.
she was your Black Dream.
Yeah, she's going to remain nameless, but she has a Howl.
If you're out there listening,
she wouldn't know.
And then we go to Macabre. It's kind of sloppy, a little more sludgy. Again, those chiming bell tolls that you can kind of hear. They're used really effectively, I think, in this song. I just said, like, it doesn't get much more death rock than like, birth is pain, life is pain, death is pain. I mean, that's like a 16-year-old, right? Like sadly, like writing in their journal about like, Cure records or something. Life is pain.
So he's also using a primitive pitch shifter on that in the background, and he uses that on a couple other songs.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, that's like he says the life is pain, death is pain, birth is pain. And then there's like a little thing. I'm not going to try to do it for you now because I don't want to embarrass myself.
That's right. I've definitely sang songs on the Requiem before. It's not good. Yeah.
Well, that's your podcast. It's not
Yeah, I can sound like an idiot. I can own it. So yeah, I get it. So yeah, and then that's cool. So it's a little, that's why we bring in the experts like you, Blake. Who know, I think it's interesting too. I was thinking about this question as I was listening. There's a lot of like stuff, especially later on, where it seems like they're creating like soundscapes and noisescapes in the background with some of the keyboard kind of things. Has that had like an influence on you? Because that's kind of the type of things you're sort of doing with Pig Destroyer sometimes, right?
Not in and of itself. Probably subconsciously at some point.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know, because
I really like kind of dark sounding melodies that, and with Pig Destroyer, if I give it to Scott, I do something like that. He's got to change it to what he likes, which is adding 4 more layers on it. Where I think the melody of itself speaks for itself. But
yeah,
that's why working with other people is great.
Sure. I just didn't know because you do.
And being serious, I know I laughed about that.
I know. Layers of textures and things like that. I didn't know if a band like this gives you some type of, like you may have said, maybe something.
This might have started my path down, like listening to bands like Coil and Einsters Ending Without and stuff like that.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha.
This definitely let me express myself as a little bit more experimental than just listening to thrash.
Sure. That's cool. Yeah, absolutely. I thought it was interesting that, even though he's trying to cut the cord in some ways with Misfits, like he does go back to the well a couple times that we'll hear in this episode and re-record stuff. So I thought it was interesting to throw Horror Biz in just because it's obviously a re-recording of Horror Business. What are your thoughts on like this version and the differences, if there's really any that stand out to you, or why do you think he's doing this?
So he's always said that those are different arrangements.
Okay.
I don't really see that too much.
I didn't hear much either. Yeah.
I think he just knew where his bread is buttered, and he knew that people would like to hear those songs when he played them live, and just decided to include them on the album.
Yeah. That's kind of what I figured is like it's a way to hook some Misfits people in what he's doing. Yep. Then we get the aforementioned Archangel, this song that was kind of the original Samhain song.
Also has this pitch shifter in the back of it.
Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, I'm kind of starting to pick that up now. Now that you've mentioned what that actually is, I can kind of hear it in a lot of these songs.
Well, that actually might be a keyboard on that one.
Okay.
Like I said, it's not recorded well. It's really hard of a distinction.
This is probably for me, especially in the Initium era, maybe amongst the most like Joy Division, Bauhaus kind of open, slower kind of notes. It's not driving forward as much like the Misfit stuff would have done. It's more like post-punk, moody,
Very much so.
Yeah. It's got that 50s, 60s pop darkness thing going on.
But it's also cool because it's kind of contemplative, and the lyrics, obviously, you can tell, even though he wrote this when he was with the Misfits, like the lyrics are more like religious driven, like almost like Paradise Lost, Lucifer Falling is kind of the story. And that's not really the kind of stories Misfits were telling, even though they did horror stuff, right? They wouldn't do something quite that like dark and kind of based in Christian theology and some of that kind of imagery,
But he also does that on this record, like a song like All Murder, All That's All Fun is very like hope, gory fun, like the Misfits. It's almost like Blood Feast of its lyrics.
Yeah, that's true. And I really dig the dissonant last couple minutes. It's got like a cool hypnotic feel. And Erie's bass, I think, is in particular really interesting on this song. Like I don't know. What are your thoughts on him as a bass player in Samhain? As a guy
that
just learned?
Really talented musician.
Yeah.
One thing to note on Archangel is that Glenn Danzig plays guitar on that live, and the bass player plays bass, and the guitar player plays another bass. 2 basses on that.
Oh, maybe that's sense. Why the bass stood out so much to me.
Right.
So
yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
So I've seen Samhain once with the Danzig lineup, and I was very excited. I was probably in my early 20s.
Was that like in the 90s? Did they do a reform?
I was probably early 2000.
Okay.
So I was very excited, but it was the same people in Danzig, and the Danzig played a set. But what was cool about it is they played in chronological order, but I was unaware of that. So after midway through the Unholy Passion EP, they all walked off stage. So I was pretty let down, but then they came back on stage covered in blood.
Nice.
Oh, cool.
And then they played Halloween a couple of years ago in DC, and Pig Destroyer was actually supposed to be on the shows. And I talked the guys into it because even though the money wasn't great, I was like, come on, guys, this is like one of my favorite bands. We have to do it.
Yeah.
But we couldn't do it. There was some sort of conflict with timeline.
Oh,
yeah. And so they got Goatboard instead. So it was when one of the guys from Baroness was playing bass for Samhain.
I feel like if you like snap your fingers magically, you can get Goat Whore anywhere you want them to be.
Well, I mean, I think they fit with the mood a lot better than Pig Destroyer. I don't know.
Yeah.
Had we really would have fit. But that would have been a dream come true. It was only like 3 or 4 days. It was like, New York, Philly, and Washington, D.C. So it really would have fit. But I really misremember what happened. So.
And then before Archangel, but in my notes I wrote it down wrong. I wanted to throw the Howl in just because I thought that, besides having like kind of a really cool, great Joy Division kind of rhythmic kind of groove, mainly for Danzig's vocal performance, because I think like in the second half of this song is where, in my opinion, you kind of see the emergence of like the second half of Glenn Danzig's career, like what he's going to start to do with his voice. The kind of animalistic, I hear the howls that he's kind of singing with that extra oomph that he never really did in the Misfits, because the songs are probably too fast for him to like slow it down and to like push into that intoxicating, Glenn Danzig kind of Roy Orbison, Jim Morrison sort of thing that he's kind of known for. But I don't know. Do you think?
Yeah, it totally echoes that solo stuff that's to come, I think.
It does. And I was going to put this on my list of favorites, but you limited me to 15.
Oh, well, I gave you a magic number. If you had given me 16, I wouldn't have liked it.
No, that's I couldn't give you 16. I would have had to give you everything.
Oh, got it. Yeah. So, well, good. I'm glad that I was subconsciously reading your mind and knowing that you really wanted to hear the Howl, but I just thought it was cool. It's a fun song, and the first half's like decent, but it's really the second half where I was like, I was putting this on. I think I was driving when I first kind of started digesting this a few weeks ago, and it gets like halfway through in this the second half, and I had to start the song over. I was like, wait, what's he doing with his voice? I kind of missed that because it sounded like a normal Samhain song, and then all of a sudden he becomes Danzig.
Danzig, as we all know it.
Yep.
So I distinctly, as a teenager, remember my dad's house. My parents were split, so I would spend some time at my father's house, and his house was pretty remote. And I remember staying up and listening to the song on my headphones, and there was like a lot of mist around his house, and I was like, well, that's pretty mood fitting.
Yeah. And there's almost like, we know that Danzig, obviously, when he gets to his solo career, is going to be really steeped in kind of blues and things like that. But like,
almost tacky in a little bit. This really shows his talent without being as schmaltzy as some of Danzig.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. But this kind of reminds me of like Howlin' Wolf, right? Like a little bit, like what he was able to do with his voice and kind of turn it into this like enchanting, but like alluring, but dangerous kind of element. And that's something I think he does really well when he's like controlled, you know what I mean? When he's not like playing the character too much, which he does sometimes in the later years, I think. So, but, yeah, and then we're going to hear a song from Unholy Passion, but we'll wait and kind of talk more about Hungry End when we come back. So we're going to hear 2 excerpts also from Thrasher, kind of about the band name and the origins of that, and then sort of the concept of the band a little bit and what he was sort of trying to do. So I think Glenn will give you some nice insights into that, and then we'll kind of come back and set up. Is it fair to say their masterpiece? Is that okay to say November Coming Fire? I don't know what your opinions are.
I actually like them from chronological order. I think they get a little not as good as time.
Really? Okay.
Although I love Samhain. So.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll have some point counterpoint. That's good. So, So we're going to hear Black Dream, Macabre, Horror Biz, The Howl, and Archangel from Initium. And then we're going to end with The Hungry End from the Unholy Passion EP from 1985.
So then, after you did the Misfits, then what I was told is that the next thing you were doing was the Glenn Danzig project, correct? Which turned into Samhain. That's when you start. It was going to be like your solo album, right?
No. Me and Erie had started. There were various things I was doing at that time. But basically, me and Erie had decided to start a band, which was going to be called Samhain, or if we came up with a better name, we would come up with a better name. But we already had a song called Samhain. We were already doing The Shift and Black Dream and Archangel. I had already started working on Archangel with Al Pike from Reagan Youth in August. And Erie was learning drums for a lot of the stuff then, too. We were going to have him come down and...
Now, Erie was drumming for Rosemary's Babies at that time. You were doing the guitar tracks for this?
Yeah. So basically what happened was Al Pike just wasn't happening because he was a nice guy, but he couldn't go on tour because he had a steady job and he didn't want to lose it. So it was me and Erie. We were going to do Samhain. I told the Misfits the last show I was doing with him was the October show, and that was it. And basically the Misfits was my name, my songs, so that was the end of the Misfits. They didn't want to do it anyway. They're totally involved with their dad and working with him and all their cocaine and stuff. So me and Erie have Samhain going, and I get a call from Lyle and Brian Baker. They want to start a band. They want me to be the singer for the band. They want to see if I can do, come down and blah. And I go down to 2 rehearsals with them, and it just isn't happening.
Down in Washington, D.C.?
Yeah. And I flew down there for both sessions, and it just wasn't happening, and it was costing me a lot of money to fly down there and just stick around. So I just said, look, this is, forget it. So Lyle said he still wanted to work with, with me and Erie.
No Minor Threats no more at this time, right?
No, the Minor Threat had broken up a while before that. So what happened was, Lyle wanted to work with us, and I said, okay, well, if you want to come up, we're going to do this, and we got a show together to do the Samhain thing, and we're already recording the album, and it just didn't work out with Lyle because he didn't fit in with us, like, personality-wise.
He wasn't into the image, or...?
Well, at first he was, but then he said he started getting shit from the people down in D.C. or something, I don't know. So, that was the end of that. We just said, well, look, this is where we're at, we never lied to you, this is Samhain, this is what it's all about. And that's how it went from there. We got Damien after that.
So where did you come up with the name Samhain?
It was just something I was into.
You had been into for a long time?
Yeah, it's real tough getting, information on it and stuff.
So it wasn't something that you weren't like...
It wasn't something that just popped into my head.
No, it's something like... Had you written a song about Samhain?
I had the song, Samhain.
Was that originally a Misfits song, or just a song that you had?
It was a song I had written. There was lots of stuff I had written that you just couldn't give to the Misfits because they couldn't do it. If that's my pen and you're chewing on it, I'm going to kill you. Anyway, you know what I mean? I would bring songs down. I had a song, Mephisto Waltz, that I brought down to rehearsal, and those guys butchered it.
But you've never done that song yet?
We've never done it yet, and I don't know if we ever will do it.
It's still not...
It's more of a Misfits song than a Samhain song. It's got the chorus and the whole... You know what I mean? But the beginning is weird, and it needs technical proficiency on, your guitar. That requires practice.
Alright.
Most of the stuff Erie plays, Jerry could never play in his wildest imagination.
So is basically then is Samhain what you wanted the Misfits to go to?
Yeah.
Samhain
basically... for lack of a better description, is the Misfits with a new name, where they'd be right now if Jerry had practiced and we grew as we were supposed to. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Okay? A lot of people don't realize that.
Well, it's a whole different band.
Well, that's what I mean. It still has its own sound.
It still has the presence. It's still black.
It's Samhain, though. It has its own sound because there's different people in the band and different personalities. Different ideas coming in, too. So, but... basically, song-wise, you know what I mean? A lot of this stuff I had written, like The Shift and The Howl, was written in 83. Okay? And Archangel I wrote in 1981.
Now you were telling me today you wrote that for Dave Vanian.
Yeah, I wrote that for Dave Vanian.
When he was going to go solo from the Dam?
He was going to go solo from the Dam, then he came over and did a few rehearsals, but he never laid his vocal tracks down on it.
And you had written the music for it?
Yeah.
Okay. So... then, are you happy with the way Samhain's going, or do you want to see it even go to another step?
I want to see it go as far as it can go. I'm never happy with anything, and I get bored with stuff very easily.
Now, why is that?
Because that's just the way I am. You do something, and you just don't overdo it, you know? Once it's done, you go on to something new, you know?
I
say when I got involved with Samhain, I became very just incensed with getting information on it. And it's real hard to come across good, reliable information, not stupid stuff that some moron wrote and put in a book, but stuff that's true and accurate. It's really hard to come across with information like that. And that's the only kind of information I'm interested in.
So, like for Samhain, you read up on Celtic novels or Celtic facts?
Exactly. I've got a book over there that is just fantastic, okay? And it's not bullshit, okay? You can get a lot of bullshit on that subject. Also, some of it's not bullshit, it's just that there's a lot of different ways Samhain is celebrated. Okay?
Is it always one time of the year?
Yes.
And does it last for a period?
Yeah.
How long is that period? Is it like
It's about a 6-month period.
Oh, so it's not like a moon cycle.
It is a moon cycle, but it still lasts about a 3 to 6 month period. It lasts till I'm pretty sure it lasts till Beltane.
How do you spell that?
Beltane is how it's said, I say it in American, you know, but it's Beltane in, Celtic.
What's Beltane?
It's another season.
Yeah, but is that life as we're,
It's basically when life starts to come back to the earth, okay? Basically, Samhain is the death of the earth, which you would call winter, okay?
Not fall?
No.
Because fall's when the leaves all change, right? When the green...
everything dies, okay? It's kind of in between winter and fall, okay? But it's basically winter. We'll say winter. Everything dies. The earth dies. It's going to prepare for the next coming, okay? It's a very significant season, whereas the Christians have taken that away. And I think there's a feeling I've always gotten at Halloween time. It's a feeling that just snapped me right up. It's just something that I really enjoyed the feeling. It's something in the air. And you can smell it almost. You can almost touch it, reach out and touch it. And that's that feeling that I like. My favorite time of the year is the Halloween, the Samhain, the Samhain.
That's actually fall, though.
No.
Not is this time of the year? This is winter for us.
Okay.
Is this a time of year that you
No,
like?
I'm talking about the first time you actually sense Samhain.
Okay.
The first, when you know it's here. Okay? And that's always been the Halloween day for me. It's always been that day. It's been like, boom, it's here. It's, you look around and see that the sky is gray. You know what I mean? That's why I could never live in California, because I wouldn't have that season for me.
Yeah, the season's there, but the winter doesn't come like that.
No, you know what I'm talking about. Right. It wouldn't be, I don't think I'd know it. I might, I've never experienced it, but I like it here. That's what I like.
You were born and raised here, then.
But that's not why. I mean, I could probably do it in England. You know what I'm saying? It's just right here. It's a feeling. The sky turns gray from being sunny all the time, and it's, you know what I mean? I also like New York. It's a very real city, That's why I kind of, like when we go out to California, like LA is a lot of fun and stuff, but a lot of the people there are very phony. I guess growing up by Hollywood and that whole area, it's kind of very phony and I can't handle it. But Frisco is more of a real city to me. It's got that city atmosphere to it, you know what I mean?
It is very city.
It's kind of cold there too.
Yeah.
Okay?
It's wet cold though.
But it's a city.
Right.
It's got dirty streets. It's got big buildings. To me, that's a city, okay? It's got bums on the street and weirdos and stuff. That's a city to me.
Well, LA's too spread out to have that.
It's too flat and the buildings are too small and the people are too phony. It's too sunny. I like dark streets. I like, you know what I mean? I like a city to be a city. And that's, also you can get around in San Francisco without a car.
Yeah.
In LA you can't.
No, not at all. Then you're stranded if you don't
have
In
New York you can get around without a car.
It looked like it would be a little harder in New York than it is in San Francisco. San Francisco is very easy. You can go anywhere and it's so easy.
No, you can get around in New York. It's just expensive now. Because if you can't afford to take a taxi, you have to take the subway. And you're taking your life in your hands in the New York subway. But that, again, it wakes you up to don't trust everybody. Everybody is not nice, Even if we had a perfect world, everybody still would not be nice. There would still be one or two bum apples in the bunch,
Mm-hmm.
There would still be 2 loonies out there, or 3 loonies, or whoever, who are going to fuck you over royally, okay?
Well, that's why you can't have anarchy.
A parable, exactly, because you're dealing with different personalities and different egos, and eventually someone's not going to be happy with something.
I think basically it's different selfish needs.
Exactly. You can't deny them forever because otherwise you're not going to be happy. The whole thing is also, if you read the Bible, I don't know if you do or not, but even with Christianity, if what's his name, Judas, can turn on Christ, then that means for you, at any possible minute or time, whenever something would happen, one of your best friends could turn on you, or someone you don't even know can just snap. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
I look to the past also to give me perspective on the future and the present.
Yeah, I've always had the saying, since as far as I can know, it's like your friends are your enemies because they know the most about you, and if they turn against you, they have the most to use against you,
exactly.
And you're the most vulnerable towards them than anybody else.
Well, I don't really care. I mean, if someone turns on me, I have, I guess, the kind of makeup where it would perturb me that they did it, but also I would write them off that exact same minute and just go on with my life. It wouldn't bother me. It wouldn't affect my life.
Has it affected you before, though, for you to come up to make the statement? I mean, for you to see that, to gain that wisdom.
Okay, the first time. But that's a very long time ago. And that's the growing process that everybody has to go through. But that happened a very, very long time ago for me when I was, a teenager. So, and I'm talking about young teenager, So, I grasp things pretty quickly as far as that stuff goes. So, to a lot of people, I guess I seem very cold, very heartless. Well, you know what I'm saying, on the outside, to people who don't know me. Because I can write people off in a second.
Well, then again, that's also because you're in a position to where people say expect more out of you. And then when you are what you are, and then so that they look at you as cold, but I don't actually feel that you're cold. I mean, you are someone who searches out within himself and does something with it.
Yeah, I mean, I do a lot of things for myself.
There's not many people who do what you're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, I've met many, many people, and there's not that many people who try to do a band, who try to do a record label, who try to do shirts, to try to help out people without looking for a return, right? And then who has this whole other life where they collect things and many things and is involved with it to know it, right? And then can share that information with somebody else. And not many people will do that. So I don't think that that's cold.
Well, that's what I'm saying. To people who don't know me, who don't know this other side, they would obviously think I'm cold. A lot of people will come to shows and expect to see, the demon wolf Glenn or whatever. You know what I'm talking about, that stupid bullshit. They expect me to froth at the mouth for them, on stage and things like that. And some of them will meet me and go, wow, you're like, really nice guy. I thought you'd bite my neck off or something.
Oh, I thought you'd be this ugly little skinhead kid with acting. That's what they say to me, this pusshead. And no, I'm much older than you thought, aren't I? And I'm much taller. They're like, oh.
Yeah, well, that's the whole deal is, preconceptions, which,
right.
From the songs that I would write or say that you would write, whatever, you get a person gets a preconception of you and they'll see a picture of me, you know what I mean? And they'll hear all the stories about the Misfits and Samhain and they did this and they did that. Samhain is already getting stories about them that we have ripped out people's throats on stage. And we play in total darkness. Now, when you saw us, we weren't.
It was total darkness. I, put dark glasses on.
I don't remember you guys. It was total darkness.
That's right.
Yeah.
Were you guys, was that you up there?
I couldn't see. Anyway, it's just, people like to tell other people, I couldn't go to see Samhain. How were they?
Well, they make it up to be something more than it was. It wasn't, they had an expectation, and it didn't meet up because they had built it up so much, but then they got to tell a friend, oh, you should have been, and then the rumors, and then
basically sometimes they'll go to a show and they'll see it, and to them it was what they said it was. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so when they go back, they're not lying. They're just going, oh man, it was blah, 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 blah. And then by the time that person repeats it to someone else, it's, it's the whole thing where the guy tells one story at the end of a line and they have 20 people there. And by the time it gets to the end of the line, the story is so totally different.
That was The Hungry End from Unholy Passion. Then we heard Archangel, The Howl, Horror Biz, Macabre, and we started off with Black Dream. And then again, we heard from Glenn there about the origins of the band and his concept kind of everything. And The Hungry End from Unholy Passion, can you kind of hear a musical evolution with the Unholy Passion EP a year later, and some of the use of the kind of cool dissonant like riffing and stuff like that?
I mean, I think Unholy Passion is a lot of drum, a lot more drum. It's a lot darker and a lot more drum. I mean, there's one song that never Danzig doesn't have words. He's just howling.
Yeah. I kind of remember that one. Yeah, I don't know if we're playing it, but I think like.
Well, he has words in, but I Am Misery is what it's called.
Yeah, no, we're playing. Yep, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's like, it's weird. I just the structure of that song is kind of bizarre, as we'll kind of.
I think the structure of that whole record. I mean, it's out the box for even Samhain, and they'd only put one record out at that time.
Yeah,
it's not a 180, but it's it's different.
Well, and I love like in that song "Hungry End" that we just heard. I love like the simple kind of open punk riff that you have, but then there's this like anxious, real like sort of jumpy, almost like staccato drum beat that Steve's doing, and that again, it's something I'm sure Glenn wrote, but it just seems like it's just off. Like everything's like. It doesn't mix the way it should, but that's probably the coolest part about it, you know?
I mean, it keeps you on your heels almost.
As an example, I'm sorry, Mark, I didn't want to cut you off.
No, go for it.
So as an example, I heard an interview with Danzig about this time period, and the lady asked, what is Unholy Passion? Instead of explaining it, he's still kind of like a pimply-faced teenager, even though he's an adult. He says, well, it's about fucking. And I'm like, come on, man. Like, you're a little bit more mature at this point.
I mean, it does have like boobs on the front and in a bush, So
in fact, I have that on tan, both that came out the 500 on tan and 500 on blue. And I have a tan version, and Glenn assigned it, and he wrote nice tits, Glenn Danzig. But it shows like even the music is more mature than Danzig. I'm sorry, the Misfits. Mm-hmm. But he himself isn't that mature,
He's still sort of like the nerdy toy collector guy.
Exactly.
Yeah. Here's my werewolf collection. Werewolf collection guy. I mean, he's got that Napoleon complex and also like a sensitive dude, but like with his macho persona.
100%.
Like, there's a lot of conflicting things going on there.
If you slapped an American flag on him, he's almost like a MAGA guy.
Yeah, he would kind of fit that sort of like insecurity that he's like always kind of overcompensating for sometimes,
he's I don't know if you guys have listened to a lot of interviews, but he's all nice and smiley with the interviewer asks interesting questions and kind of plays by his rules, and if not, he's just a total dick.
Yeah, it is weird. I know. I just don't know who the real Danzig is sometimes because he just puts.
I'm wondering if he's like been kind of playing that game so long. That's who he is.
Well, it's like the thing like about Ric Flair is like Ric Flair has lived the gimmick so long, like he's not even like the person he really is. He's just sort of like become like the character.
Dave Mustaine.
Yeah. Again, yep. Another kind of person who's lived that, like, oh, I'm supposed to still be angry about Metallica, so I'll just keep bringing that up again and again and again, because it's like a talking point or whatever.
Or just like the shit he interacts with his crowd.
Yeah,
it's like beat that guy up for taking a picture. I'm like, come on, you're like a huge metal band. You don't think people are going to take pictures? Anyway,
so Eerie talks a little bit about the EP in his Misery Obscura book, and he says, quote, "It's a departure from our first release." He says it's more underground, more tribal, a step back further into the darkness.
I like that description of it.
Yeah. So I think that, the primal tribal kind of aspect is kind of interesting. I don't know. The version I have from the box set has Glenn's re-recorded guitars from '87, where I guess he removed the original work that Damian Marshall did. What are your thoughts? I don't know a lot about the different mixes, so I'm going to kind of defer to you, Blake, as the expert. Like, is there a lot of difference between what he did when he re-recorded the stuff than what
I had that box set when it came out, but unfortunately I don't remember.
Okay.
But I love the original, I can say that. And as a side note, Damian is a reference to the Omen.
To the Omen.
Damien's name is really Pete.
Yeah, it's what is it again?
Pete.
Pete. Yeah, that's right. Pete Marshall, right? Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
So I just want to point that out to show how kind of cheesy Danzig can be sometimes.
Yeah. Why do you think he does this so many times? Like, you know, it's very Glenn for him to like re-record stuff and to like redo stuff. It's almost like I don't know.
It's power, I think, probably.
It's either power or money.
Okay.
He either had a falling out with Damien.
So he didn't want to pay royalties maybe to him
He
anymore?
didn't want to pay royalties. Exactly.
It could be.
Yeah.
I mean, when that record came out, he was still cool with Eerie. And they're not cool at all.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, did Eerie leave after the fourth Danzig record?
Yeah, so it was the same lineup through. So the original concept was supposed to be Danzig as like the leader, like kind of like an Elvis, like an evil Elvis, and then having a different backing band on everything. But the first record worked so well, they just kept that.
They just kept going.
Yeah.
And then John Christ left, and I think it was just kind of rat spanning his ship after that.
Yeah.
I mean, he really changed gears too. So, but that was the original concept to not even have the same people. So Eerie kind of started talking a lot of shit about Danzig after that fourth record.
Gotcha. Huh. Interesting. Yeah,
I'm out of breath.
I wanted to read something from, speaking of the box set, because Unholy Passion is Steve Zing's last record before he leaves the band. And so I wanted to read his words that he wrote in the 2000 box set. He says, it's called My Samhain Experience. He says, for me to explain what it was like to be a part of Samhain, you would really need to be me to fully understand how I felt. But I'll try to explain. For one thing, being asked by Glenn Danzig to start up a new band after the Misfits' demise truly floored me. I remember losing sleep just thinking about what I was getting involved in, especially you're in a band with a person like Glenn, who had already been idolized by me and my friends. You see, for years, I was fortunate to live near the garage where the Misfits rehearse, and I would sit outside and listen. I would say to my friends that someday I would be in a band with this guy, and they used to laugh at me. I vividly remember some of the first rehearsals in my house going over songs with Glenn that would become the Initium album. When Eerie was asked to join on bass, which he never played, but he learned very fast, we would constantly call each other in amazement that we were playing with Glenn. I remember while recording Initium, my father had died, and I skipped the funeral to be in the studio the day Glenn did his vocal tracks. Even though I wasn't close with my father, it was worth more to me to be in the studio with Glenn than at the gravesite. Our first show we played was at the Rock Hotel in March of '84 with Lyle Presler on guitar. People didn't know what to expect musically, and I guess for the most part, they thought they would hear a rehash from the past. Sure surprised them. After that first show, we realized Lyle wouldn't fit in, and the search was on for a new guitar player. I had known Damien for a while and suggested that we try him out. At last, we had a complete band. From that moment, we began with Initium to Unholy Passion. I knew that we would be laying a new foundation for punk music. From the recording to the tours, Samhain became the epitome of my life then and now. It will always be that intimate feeling that gets my heart beating. So
I believe that there was a different drummer before Steve Zing. And
yeah, I think it was was it the guy from Negative Approach or from not Negative Approach?
It was the bass player from Negative Approach, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's I had it. I mentioned it earlier, and I can't remember what the hell.
Right, and the story as Eerie Von tells it is Danzig was like, "Hey, what about that guy Steve?" That was it.
Really?
Yeah, it's like, what kind of interesting story is that? Like, hey, do you know Steve? Why don't you ask him?
That's funny. What do you think
legend is born
as a drum player compared to, like, say, London, who's about to come on in November? Do you notice much difference between the two guys, or not really?
I do notice some difference, but again, Danzig wrote those drum beats, so it's kind of hard to tell if they have any skill. They definitely have skill playing these all-time beats, but which is difficult. I mean, it's easy to slip into 4/4, but it's hard to do that. Danzig apparently was a hard ass. He wanted you to play it exactly as he wrote it.
That sounds like him. That seems kind of like his. There's almost like you talk about the re-recording and his obsession with things, even though like the recordings are kind of like primitive, and he's almost like the anti like Brian Wilson, but he has the same tendencies as like a Brian Wilson or a Phil Spector, right?
Right.
He wants total control, but he's not like obsessed with like perfect sounding songs the way the Beach Boys or Phil Spector was. It's almost like he's just like obsessed with this like vision of whatever he has, even if it's like super abstract and doesn't make sense, you know?
Right.
It's kind of cool. It's an interesting kind of approach, but so we've got a pair of tunes we're going to hear from Unholy Passion, and then we'll kind of set things up for November coming, which we'll hear also in this set, but we're going to hear the title track first. And I love the goth post-punk opening to Unholy Passion. It's really kind of bathed in this cool, like melodic, dissonant noise. And it kind of picks up some momentum a little bit later. And that's, again, the appearance of these kind of killer, kind of high note Roy Orbison nasal notes and kind of horror soundtracky keys near the end. That's pretty cool. This is one of my favorite songs of theirs for sure. I don't know what you guys thought about it.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite song, by the way, Blake? Being such a hardcore fan, is there like a go-to song?
I used to. I mean, it was 100% Black Dream when I was younger.
Oh, okay.
I just love that song.
Yeah.
And I really liked Archangel. I mean, I like everything they've done.
Yeah.
Even when we get to it, we'll talk about Final Descent, which
it's
is probably my
charm.
least favorite of all.
Yeah, but it does have some charm. It's kind of it's not really an album, I guess. It's like a collection of things, you know.
That's a weird one.
Yeah, for sure. Then we get to I Am Misery, great Bauhaus opening riff, and this is where I wrote, it has a weird anti-momentum structure to it in the first 2 minutes. It's almost like not meant as like a normal song. I don't know. I
think it's trying to keep you off kilter constantly.
Right.
It's like really uneasy.
Yeah.
And he's like moaning through half of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess moaning is not the word, but
yeah.
He's primal, right? You know, he's in that Howl, the wolf kind of mode.
He's transforming. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. I just said there's really like no release from the nervous energy throughout, except for that really like that break after like 2 minutes. There's like a brief reprieve in the song, and then it kind of goes back to like the uneasy kind of part of it. So
yeah,
so you know, almost like something like Velvet Underground would do, or something where it's just like there to like make you uneasy, you know, or Lynchian almost or something. So, and then we get Exit Steve, enter London May. And he was in the Discord act Reptile House, and he had been invited to join and try out in the summer of '85. He made the band, but then Glenn told him to finish the tour with Reptile House because partially he's like, you need to get some reps in before you join this band because we're going to throw you right into the trial by fire. So go tour with your old band that you're about to quit and leave. And so I heard a pretty nice interview with London where he kind of talks about like having to go to like Reptile House and go, guys, I'm going to tour with you, but then I'm quitting and going to join Samhain. And they're all like, cool, you know, like just kind of pissed off, like, okay, great. But, you know, but
so
then
I have a little story about it.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
So in Baltimore, the big punk store was called Reptilian Records. And it was the owner, Chris X, who's a buddy of mine. He put out a lot of my records before I was a Pig Destroyer.
Cool.
He said he recommended London May to be the drummer for Samhain. He also has a story that Danzig came into the store and there were some Misfits bootlegs on the wall. And Danzig was pissed. He said, "What's that?" He goes, "Look, someone sold these to me. I'll take them down." And Danzig got pissed and said, "Your ass is grass. What time you close? I'm coming back here." And none of that happened. But for years at the store, there was a sign on the cash register that said, "Glenn Danzig stood here, no spitting."
I thought you were going to say there was a sign on the cash register that says, "Be prepared, Glenn Danzig might be coming back at any time."
Your ass is
no,
grass.
Danzig never came back. He was playing in Baltimore. So I have one separation of Samhain because Chris X is a good friend of mine.
That's funny. That's your 6 degrees there. Yeah, so then he moves to New Jersey and lives with Glenn for a few weeks. And they just basically go into the studio and record November's Coming Fire, which I think, a lot of fans, and maybe like you said, you might disagree, consider this to be kind of their masterwork. It's certainly probably the most well-known of the stuff that they did.
I think it's the more accessible, and I think it sounds recorded.
Okay.
Yeah, it's easier to
that's
get
fair.
into for sure.
Yeah, I think so. So
I mean, it borders on metal at once.
yeah, and maybe that's why, it's easier for somebody coming from like a metal background like myself or Mark to maybe get into this record first before getting into some of the other stuff. I want to read London's thoughts from the box set too, because he had some things to say, and I thought it'd be kind of interesting to share them now here. He says, my involvement and experience with Glenn Danzig and Samhain started years before I joined the group in '85. I had always been a deviant fiend and was thrilled to meet and see the Misfits play in '82. I anxiously watched for signs of life after the breakup and rejoiced when Samhain reared its ugly head in 1983. Initium became my soundtrack, and my appreciation for it bordered on obsession. My other passion was drumming and playing in my band Reptile House. We gigged incessantly and had experienced some local success. We always got the best gigs in town because I was always promoting and booking most of the shows. Though I desperately wanted to book Samhain, the Baltimore scene was too small at the time. Is that true?
Could you repeat that again?
Oh, he just said the Baltimore scene was too small at the time to book Samhain. Is that?
Yeah, Baltimore was pretty small scene then. There was a place that was a squat couple off, and at various times it had holes in the floor. I never got to play there, but I've been.
Gotcha.
And I think like Black Flag had played there in my regret, stuff like that. COC.
Okay.
But there wasn't a lot of clubs.
Wasn't a lot, yeah.
And Baltimore's still a relatively small city. It's a small city. I mean, compared to DC or New York, which are not that far from Philly, even, which are not that far from it, it's pretty small.
Sure, yeah. So he says, instead, on the invitation of Touch and Go Records, we traveled 1,000 miles to open for them in Detroit. We hoped to impress Glenn and the record company. We didn't do either and almost broke up on the way home. My fondest memories of the evening were seeing and hearing the Dark Heroes in the flesh. Punkers don't fuck around in the Motor City, and I endured much punishment to watch Samhain from the front row. It was worth every bruise. It would be another 6 months before Reptile House could have a second chance with Samhain. I had scored a major coup and convinced Glenn to finally make the trip down to Baltimore. It wasn't easy or cheap. This time we had a home field advantage, and Reptile House would finally prove itself a worthy warm-up. Once again, we sucked. And once again, Samhain blew me away. One of the best things to come out of these shows was meeting Glenn and Steve. As I was about to leave on Reptile House's first U.S. tour, I heard a rumor that Steve had left Samhain. I called Glenn for a confirmation. Glenn invited me up for an audition. I took a train to Penn Station the next day. It was an utterly nerve-wracking experience playing with my idols that first time. I didn't know the songs that well, and they were distracting me by rocking out and jumping around. The rehearsals were as crazy as their live shows. At times, I had to close my eyes in order to focus on the task at hand. I luckily aced the Howl, and my audition was a success. Playing in a pro group was a big adjustment, and I was under a lot of pressure. Besides all the old songs I had to learn, we were also working on Samhain 3. We would rehearse new songs in the morning and record them that afternoon. What I couldn't master after a few takes would be played by Glenn. I was desperate to please, but grossly unprepared for a project of this type. Many of Glenn's beats and song structures were confusing to me, and I often came up short. At times, I felt like giving up, but my faith was restored when I heard To Walk the Night and realized something very special was happening. I pulled through the recording with renewed vigor and made impassioned reassurances that I would eventually get it together. Being on stage and performing with Samhain was always exciting and intense. The crowds went wild. Glenn got even wilder. Eerie and Damien bookended this ferocious bellower and downstrummed until their fingers bled. I pounded and tried to keep up. Many nights I felt a special connection with Glenn on stage. We would lock on a beat, and I imagined that my sticks were giant needles, and I was jabbing a Samhain voodoo doll. I hit the snare, he pumped his fist. I hit the cymbal, he whipped his head. I kicked the bass drum, he thrust his chest. It was awesome to watch. Though our stage persona was that of darkness and violence, our offstage demeanor was unusually social and lighthearted. We cooled off after shows with pranks, girls, and parties. We were always very accommodating and friendly with our fans and would stay until the last ticket stub was signed. Many of my best friends today are guys and girls I met at our shows in the 80s. Traveling and meeting cool people were the best perks of touring. One time I met this dude, Cliff Burton, who was wearing one of my handmade Samhain armbands. He raved about Samhain, its proper Gaelic pronunciation, and wanted my autograph. I didn't even know who he was. When Glenn was happy, I felt like $1 million. I could walk around New York City and feel like I was somebody special. I proudly sported my devil lock, engineer boots, and black twill jeans. I was fresh out of high school and living my dreams. When Glenn was unhappy, it got ugly quickly. There was little room or tolerance for error, and a few missed notes might cost you your job. I dread it these days. I wanted to sink back into my original place in the crowd. From there, I could watch and appreciate the band safely and from a distance. Being on the inside was a blessing and a curse. Samhain was and is an important part of my life, and I'm very proud to be part of the history and ongoing legacy. I still get a little rush when I see a Samhain shirt or sticker. Thanks to all the crazy Samhain fans around the world. I'll always be grateful for your support and encouragement.
So I've got a couple comments.
Yeah, go ahead.
So first of all, there's a song on Danzig 1 where he says Samhain. But he actually flubs it. I can't remember what it's called. World on Fire?
World on Fire? Yeah, it might be.
Yes, it's 100%. And second of all, London May is a cheese day.
He's a what?
Cheese day. He will release any sort of music. He has a record, so he tried out for the band Diagnosty. He tried out for the band Circle Jerks and some other bands. And he has a record with his audition tapes. Who in the hell would do that? I mean, I can't stand people that do anything to try to make a buck.
Yeah.
Like, how many people do you think are interested in buying that? Which is zero. And how much money do you think you're actually making?
Do you think he's just kind of like a hustler, or a guy that's just sort of trying to live off like this one single like weird legacy thing that he
No, I think he works. I think he has a pretty good job.
Okay.
I mean, I'm friends with him on Facebook, so I probably shouldn't be saying it. But he's kind of a cheesesteak. I mean, I just think that anyone that would do anything, who the fuck wants to hear that? Nobody. Now watch it, just did an ad, and he's going to sell more records than he ever had.
Too funny. So November Coming Fire, we're going to hear a trio of tunes here to kind of get kick started a bit. We're going to hear Diabolos 88, and this is like kind of a really cool instrumental. Almost remind me of like something like Killing Joke would have done or something. You know, this sort of weird post-punk instrumental that has like...
Again, I think that has the pitch to it.
Oh, okay. So that's probably what's doing it. It kind of creates like a little bit of industrial dissonance. You know, is that something you would use a pitch shifter? I don't know a lot about.
No, you would just use a pitch shifter. There's like a low vocal here and there to accent some stuff. And sometimes it's a backing vocal, so that's what he's doing. I don't know if it's a pitch shifter or he's just slowing down the tape.
Sure.
It's definitely effective vocals.
Yeah.
Well, and Glenn's actually playing drums on this one. That's kind of a cool little oddity, you know. And it's weird. It's Diabolos 88. I don't know what the reference is. You know, it's an album from 86, so I don't know what Diabolos 88. You know what I mean? It's like I don't know. I have no clue. So
yeah, his stuff isn't like the Misfits. This stuff isn't like the Misfits, where it's a lot easier to determine what it's about.
Yeah, exactly. It's just more straightforward and more like based in movies and pop culture stuff.
It sounds like a White Zombie song.
Diabolos 88.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
The title, yeah.
And then it transitions to, of course, the aforementioned To Walk the Night and
Orbison Nightmare. Yeah, it's wonderful.
I mean, I wrote, you know, it's moody. It's Bauhaus obviously meets the Doors. I said, I feel like this could be in Wild at Heart from David Lynch. It's almost like a gothier, like Chris Isaak, Wicked Games or something like that, where it's got this like breezy, I don't know. It's like it's a weird song. I almost like, to me, this is the song that definitely bridges the gap from Initium to like those first 2 or 3 solo records. Like this, like, you can kind of see where he's like kind of bending himself towards on a song like To Walk the Night, you know?
Yeah.
It's a great mini solo that aches for just a couple seconds. You know, that cool riff pattern halfway through is really awesome. It's you know, kind of as close that they come to maybe of a hit. This and like maybe Mother of Mercy. What are your thoughts on that? Like if there was like a song that you play to a newcomer to Samhain, this
is a very accessible song. You can hear all the words. They're not buried in a cave like Echo.
Yeah.
It's pretty poppy. I want to mention something that around this time, a year later, he did since you mentioned Roy Orbison, he wrote a song for Roy Orbison, and then Roy Orbison wrote a song for him, and they were both performed on the Less Than Zero soundtrack.
Oh, shit. I forgot he was on that. Yeah. That's a really interesting soundtrack, too. You know?
Yeah. Actually, I just bought a copy.
Slayer doing Inagata Devita. I think Public Enemy's on that soundtrack, too.
Yeah, there's a lot of shitty songs like Poison doing Rockin' and Morning but
Wait, Poison's on that? Really?
Poison's on that.
No
my favorite Bengal song, Hazy Shade of Winter.
Oh, love that song.
That's a great
Simon
song.
and Garfunkel tune. Yeah, that's an incredible song. Yeah.
That's a really solid. That's Judgment Night before Judgment Night.
Yeah, yeah. It's got a little bit of that to it. Yep, for sure. Yep. So, yeah. So
I know we got off topic.
No, that's a cool little thing.
That's what we do on the show.
Yeah, no, that our whole show is off topic. That's like our roll call. And then you go to the last song we're going to hear, at least in this set from November Coming Fire, Human Pony Girl.
Ridiculous.
I just wrote Giddy Up. Here we go. I mean,
so he used to wear some sort of bondage mask while performing with Samhain. So I'm wondering if this is some sort of tie-in with that.
It's got to be.
It has to be to me, but yeah. But yeah, he would wear. There's definitely pictures from the old school days, not when I've seen him perform with Samhain.
Sure.
Of him wearing like a weird kind of devilish goat looking bondage sort of mask.
Yeah, and just the I mean, speaking of Velvet Underground, this is like kind of getting into that kind of imagery and shock of bondage and S&M imagery and things like that, you know. But musically, I think it's a really interesting song. Like, yeah, Erie's kind of creepy bass riff that guides the whole song is pretty fucking cool. And I think, like, you know, when London was talking about how difficult the drums were, I feel like this is kind of like the song that he's kind of talking about, you know. It's like these layered, noisy, almost industrial kind of sounds like swirling in the background. And like a lot of the drumming is just not easy listening here. This is very off kilter.
It's not in the entire catalog, but sometimes it matches up a little bit better.
Sure. And this is actually the song, Blake, I wrote down this note. I said this kind of with the like goth swirling kind of noisy layers and industrial noises you hear kind of in the background. I said this is almost like the weird approach that I hear you sometimes bring to certain Pig Destroyer songs. So that's the song that made me think
about it. Probably my least favorite Samhain song.
Is it really? Okay, interesting. So it's definitely not in your, you know, not in the repertoire. What is it?
This one just seems kind of like a cheese dick song. Like
just the lyrics, you think? Probably.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of get what he's going for.
Yeah,
but just Human Pony Girl doesn't. Like every Samhain song is pretty dark and pretty moody, except for this one.
That's true.
It just seems silly.
Sure. I guess musically, it's got some interesting things. I didn't focus in on the lyrics as much because I don't know them as well.
Musically, I would say that it's in line with the rest.
Yeah, but I could definitely see it's kind of like it's almost going into parody, like with the darkness here. You know,
it's like the absurdity of, you know, of bondage and S&M a little bit too. Like just the whole, I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely a subject you want to like approach like. I like the Velvet Underground's approach.
I love the Velvet Underground.
Yeah. You know, how they deal with it is very like evocative, but like not, I don't know. It's like they're leaving out the key details. They're leaving it up to the listener to like fill in the color if they want to.
And I'd like to point out that Danzig dabbles in that in his first couple of records visually with the videos for some of the songs.
That's true. Yeah. A lot of the original Mother video is pretty.
It's like a girl tied to a flag with the Danzig skull on it. It cut a chicken across her chest or whatever.
Yep. Yeah.
She rides.
Yep.
Yeah.
That stuff for sure. But well, let's get into it. We got a pair of tunes from Unholy Passion, the title track, and I Am Misery. And then we've got this kind of trio of tunes to sort of kickstart November Coming Fire, Diabolos 88, To Walk the Night, and the aforementioned Human Pony Girl.
So you like the way the progression of Samhain is going now with just 3 releases out?
Yeah, the new one I think is the best one.
It represents the band.
I think it represents, well, all the other ones represent the band. This one just is a more, if I said to somebody, if somebody said to me, which record should I get which really portrays Samhain, I would have to say the new one. You know what I mean?
Right. Do you think it's going to take as long for the people to pick up on Samhain as it did for them to get into the Misfits like they are now?
No, because already we're drawing about the same amount of people as the Misfits are drawing.
Is that because...
Some places we're drawing more
people. Is that because of the following at the Misfits and they're just kind of like going, this is the Misfits but another name?
No, because there's a lot of new people. A lot of the people that used to be the Misfits have just dropped out of the scene totally. Or switched to like heavy metal, like AC/DC type shit.
Right.
You know? This time we just played up in Boston. We had a totally different audience than we did the other time. In fact, I don't remember many people that used to go to our Boston shows as being at that show, except for the promoter and a few photographers and maybe one or two other you know what I mean?
Right. So what is the crowd like then now?
It's young. It's young. It's a lot of kids who don't even know who the fucking Misfits are. You know?
Are they...
There's a lot of people who do come because, you know, they're interested in my career or whatever, you know, what goes on after the Misfits, you know what I mean? They just like the songwriting. And that's cool. You know, I have people come up and say, God, you know, there'll never be another Misfits, you know, and they'll walk away or something. But then I have other people come up and say to me, Misfits were never this good.
Well, the first time that you played, I have a live tape of when you played with Lyle playing guitar, and everybody's chanting for Misfits songs. And that seems to bother you.
I don't remember that.
It was at Rock Hotel, I think.
I think one person yelled out for something, and I told them to go fuck themselves, or I told
Well, it seemed like they wanted horror business, and they wanted...
They got horror business.
Yeah, but it was later on. Yeah. But it seemed like they were all... You could hear the chanting of where the tape recorder is that was recording it. You could hear them chanting for Misfits stuff.
That could have been the people recording
Do you still get that, people asking for Misfits stuff?
That's going to happen wherever it goes. I don't want to deny my, you know, my musical heritage. I wrote those songs.
But does it make, let's say, how does it make the rest of the band members feel?
They don't mind.
They don't mind?
No, they, you know, what are they going to say?
Well, do they get any criticism like, you know, Misfits versus Samhain where it could offend them?
I don't think so. They're all pretty stable people, and they know what's going on. Basically, if someone says something to you you don't like, you either say, fuck off, or you don't say anything. You know what I mean? Or that's your opinion, or shut up, you know, whatever you want to say to them. You know, I can't talk for those guys. They're, you know.
Well, I'm just wondering, because you went from the transition from one band to another, where you've got a whole new band of people that you're dealing with.
For the most part, most people now don't even compare Misfits to Samhain.
Right.
Even in a breath, you know what I mean? They're just like, Samhain is just too unbelievable for them. Vocally and lyrically, the band is so much heavier than the Misfits, it's ridiculous. Even musically, it's so much more, you know, together as far as doing other parts and composition. So
are you still doing like what you said with Night of the Living Dead, or like where you had a lot of overlays and stuff? Are you still doing that with Samhain?
Even more so now. We're up to 24 tracks.
You're doing 24 tracks. How long does it take to record it and mix it? Do you spend a lot of time? Or?
It depends on the song. Some songs just get the basic tracks and maybe vocal overdubs, and that's it. Like a song like Let the Day Begin, that's a basic guitar, bass, drums, and that's it. And vocals, and that's it.
Are you real picky, though, when you're doing that?
Same thing with In My Grip, it's the same way. Yeah, I'm real picky.
So does that make it take longer?
No. Because I know exactly what I want, and I go in and do it. If someone in the band can't do it, I'll do it.
How does that make them feel then?
It doesn't matter how that makes them feel. This is a business.
So then you're the boss of the business?
Well, do I run Plan 9 Records?
Right.
Yes.
But then
there's a budget for everything. Money overrides everything. The record has to come in under a certain budget. I'm pretty lenient with the stuff. But basically, I don't even have to say anything. If Damien can't play a guitar track, he'll come into me and go, I can't do it, so will you do it? You know what I mean?
So then are you going to do the basic, or are you going to overdub over the basic he does?
No, I overdub on his basics. They're always his basics and stuff, you know. That's, you know, he even does overtracks. There's stuff he does that I can't do. Like the Halloween 2 stuff.
That's on a new record.
Yeah, I did a track on there, but my track is totally different than his. His is that feedbacky squeal thing, you know? I couldn't do that shit. I don't know how to play that stuff.
So then why would you do a song that was like Halloween 2, Halloween, that was done as a Misfits song? Why do you do it as a Samhain song?
To show the difference between Samhain and the Misfits.
But it's still your songs.
They're still my songs, but I want to show the difference between how Samhain approaches something and how the Misfits approached it.
Does it work?
Yes, for me it does, and most of our fans kind of like it. Everybody seems to like the new version of Halloween 2 much better than the old version. I mean, that's obvious.
But is it a personal thing with you, the reason why you did it? Like you didn't like the way it came out the first time?
It's sometimes, yeah. Or sometimes we just say, hey, we kicked to do this song, you know? Let's do it.
Well, is there any other Misfits songs that you're going to do, or is that...
Right now, that's it.
That's over?
Yeah, as far as recording-wise, yeah, that's it.
You're not going to bring anything out from the... So let's see, the first record that came out from Samhain is Initium.
I'm going to redo Blood Feast at one point. I don't know whether it's going to be a solo record or it's going to be Samhain, but I know Blood Feast will be redone.
So you might do another solo record?
Yeah. Me and Erie are going to do a solo record together. Like
Erie doing drums or bass?
Everything. Me and him are just going to do everything.
And what are you going to call it?
I don't know. We might call it Mexican Pig Torture. We might call it something sick. I don't know.
To walk the night. Inside you.
That was Human Pony Girl, To Walk the Night, in Diabolos 88 from 1986's November, Coming Fire. And then we had I Am Misery and Unholy Passion that kickstarted things from the Unholy Passion EP. And, what's the Samhain 3? That's kind of an interesting thing, even though it's not really technically their third full length. I guess it's their third release. That's kind of cool.
So there's a couple things. Both this Samhain 3 Final Descent and November's Coming Fire both have a logo change, which is the logo from the movie wheel.
Okay.
And
that's where it is. Yeah, it's like like Times New Roman bold and then distressed. Right. Yep.
So and Samhain 3, I'm sorry, if you're going to call it that, it's Final Descent, was the makings of a Samhain record called Grim.
Yeah, Grim.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
If this is all stuff you're going to talk about, you tell me shut up.
No, I only wrote, I didn't know much about the Grim thing. I just wrote it down as a note later on, but I don't know about it.
This is when Rick Rubin got into Danzig's ear and said, listen, man, I want you to be like a solo artist and we'll have a super group for you. And it'll be under your name, Danzig. And so Danzig said, well, I won't do it without taking your mom. So that's how Danzig started.
Got it.
After Danzig won, I don't know why they went back, but they did this record.
Yeah, it is kind of weird that they.
I mean, it could have been off the hype of that first Danzig record. Like, oh, here's something else to tide you over until Danzig 2.
Yeah, I mean, certain people, if they have anything, they'll release it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, how long did Glenn run Plan 9?
God, who knows?
Was it well into the 90s? Was he still doing a lot of Plan 9 stuff then?
Yeah, I think that Final Descent is on Caroline, which probably took over for Plan 9. But
I think that the distributor though. Wasn't Caroline the distributor for Plan 9?
Because
November Coming Fire comes out on Caroline as well. I think that's the first release that comes out on that.
Okay.
So I think Final Descent and the Legacy of Brutality came out on Caroline.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what do you think it is that makes this record so special or stands out? Besides, like you said, do you think it's just the production and the quality of songs or how heavy it is? Or
I don't think that this one is very special at all. I still like it. It's got a good place in my heart.
Okay.
But this one sounds way more stiff. It doesn't have a live feeling at all. It seems a little thrown together for me.
Really?
Okay. Yeah. It does seem like a compilation, even though it's not known as that.
Whereas like Unholy Passion and Initium have more of like a vision, you think?
Yeah, I agree with that, and agree that it felt like it was a band doing a record where this doesn't feel like that.
All right. Well, I want to offer a counterpoint, and it's not my counterpoint, but I came across this. I thought it was kind of interesting. And so, again, there's not a lot of scholarship on this band compared to, say, the Misfits or Danzig. So I kind of just was looking around to see anything I could kind of find. And I came across this kind of essay tribute from a guy named Sean Wright from Stained Glass Revelation. It's from the heaviestofart.com is where I kind of found it. It's actually from last November, so it's from 2021. And it's a little long. It's a little thing, but feel free to interrupt me if you want to at any point, or we can just kind of talk about it when we get done. But he says, November Coming Fire opens up with a tribal dance-like instrumental called Diabolos 88 that sounds like it belonged in a goth club where the air smells like patchouli and clove cigarettes. In my grip is straight punk fury that just drives home Glenn's intentions with the band. Mother of Mercy is a Sabbath stomp heavy rocker that has one of the most memorable lyric lines ever. We all want our time in hell. The song after that, Birthright, keeps the listener twisting and turning with more spooky sounds, that being of tubular bells in the background. To Walk the Night slows down to a gothic crawl that picks up tempo about a half step and feels like an ode to a blood-sucking creature of the undead stalking an unsuspecting victim in some park on a cool, crisp night. Let the Day Begin, which sounds like an ode to some sort of pagan cult celebrating the coming of some dark, ominous being from the time past, completely crushing all Middle Eastern beliefs, is an upbeat track that could have easily been on the 1985 cinematic masterpiece, The Return of the Living Dead movie soundtrack. Halloween 2, which is a re-recording of the Misfits classic, is now more down-tuned and demonic sounding with a powerful reversed Latin exorcism of some man possessed by a lycanthrope curse. The title track, November's Fire, opens with this dissonant sonic youth chords and goes into a chant along chorus, both sandwiched between verses that could have easily been influenced by Stigmata Martyr by Bauhaus. Kiss of Steel is the fastest song in the LP and could have easily been a Misfits song. Unbridled is a galloping track that sounds like about being determined to obtain something. What's that?
S&M.
S&M? Oh.
Unbridled?
Yeah.
It's Pony Girl Part 2.
Pony Girl Part 2, yeah. To obtain something and being unrelenting in the pursuit, but ultimately never being satisfied. Human Pony Girl, which I'm sure you can use your imagination on this one, as far as the lyrical content goes, is a fuzzed out stomper that just doesn't let go. Danzig just harrows his vocals off somewhere in the distance and then fades out. As far as the individual performances go, we'll start with Glenn Danzig first and foremost. In my opinion, November Coming Fire is Glenn Danzig at his most possessed. In the Misfits, he was basically the teenager nerding out to horror movies and jumping around hyperactively. His solo albums saw him fully matured into the crooning Jim Morrison, Elvis-inspired pint-sized icon that became another living example of how a lot of the original punk musicians were able to evolve past punk's narrow-minded definition of music. Perfect examples of this transition would also include Henry Rollins going from Black Flag to Rollins Band, Johnny Rotten going from Pistols to PIL, even Billy Idol going from Generation X to being an 80s pop icon. Just to name a few. Glenn Danzig also provides keyboards and drums on 5 of the tracks, giving Samhain more atmosphere than he started to do as far back as the Misfits' Cough Cool. Eerie Von, being the bassist, provides the necessary bottom end heaviness that gives the album the Sabbath-heavy feel to it, which he would continue to do with Danzig in the coming years. Guitarist Pete Damian Marshall is doing some really challenging guitar work for November's Coming Fire. He has an ability to twist and turn through so many different styles and chord changes. What shocks me the most is how very overlooked of the performance he gives here. Then we come to the drummer London May, who provides some of the most hard-driving drumming style, switching from tribal dance beats, backwards post-punk, to straight-up full-throttle hardcore blasts. Of course, Danzig and Eerie Von were the only two to continue to work together into Danzig's solo stuff. But that being said, both Marshall and May's contributions and performances on NCF do not go unnoticed, nor are they not remembered. Hell, without them, NCF would not have been anywhere close to what it sounds like. Unfortunately for fans such as myself, this cult classic of an album has long been out of print. The last legit pressing of NCF was part of the discography in that sweet-ass box set. I myself, hang on, I'm going to skip ahead. The Misfits were one of campy, even gallows humor at times. Samhain was Danzig obviously going in a much darker direction, stripping away the somewhat cartoonish and fun image of the Misfits. Danzig hit not just a creative, but experimental zenith that even at his most commercially successful peak in the 90s, he was never able to duplicate. Yeah, one could argue that his solo albums were more straightforward, intelligent, sleek, and masterfully produced, and yes, I am a fan of those as well. But Samhain was Danzig at his rawest and visually most honest. Even bassist Eerie Von himself partook in the theatrical metamorphosis that Danzig laid down with the Misfits. What Danzig and Eerie Von were doing with Samhain, Christ, is just still being felt and heard. I felt it when I first heard November Coming Fire as a teenager, and now as a father and a husband, I still feel it. I feel it every year when the first cool front comes through and the leaves start changing colors, the days get shorter and the nights grow longer. Most people have seasonal albums they listen to at a specific time of year. Samhain's November Coming Fire is my autumn and fall album. It's an album that has meant a lot to me and is forever the best album to represent the beloved spooky season. So there you go. It's a little essay, I thought, kind of a tribute to Danzig.
So when he was going through the songs and saying how different they were, that almost proves my point.
That it's disconnected. I get what you're saying.
It feels disconnected. There's not an overall, I don't say theme, but kind of a sound. There's differences. What
if it's his London calling, perhaps, and he wanted to just work through a bunch of different genres? You know?
I mean, it's a good record. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
it's just not my favorite.
Yeah,
because it does sound a little scattered and not as focused in its intent.
Well, and you're also coming out of a hardcore punk background into this too, right? So maybe that's like a different approach to this, whereas Mark and I are almost working backwards from Danzig's solo into this, and so maybe it's like a different mirrored way of looking at it. I don't know. Yeah, I like to
got
throw
some of
the
the higher highs, or at least the immediate Mother Mercy and Halloween 2 and November's Fire, like those were like immediate songs, and I don't think anything on Initium is like super immediate. It's all kind of like herky jerky and weird, and that might be the most like arty version of this band. Yeah,
that could be.
See, I disagree. I think Initium is a lot darker and moodier, and so is Unholy Passion. This seems to issue the mood for more thought out. I think songwriting is different, honestly.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
It's almost like this is more intentional, like to have like the Halloween themes and stuff. It's almost like something like Typo Negative might do, right? Whereas like Initium's like more angry and like savage in a way, but that also adds a darker quality to it because it feels more of the gut. I don't know. I feel like at this point, I don't think Halloween 2 is necessary.
I agree with that.
I did dig it though.
It's fine, but like I don't think he needs to like dip back into that well anymore because everything is so thought out.
When those records came out, not when they came out, because I got them like 7 or 83. I always felt that those were kind of tacky. They didn't seem necessary. I don't know why. Why you would even bother reworking. I mean, I think it was exactly what I stated, that he knew where his bread was buttered.
Sure.
And or maybe he needed to fill out 3 more minutes of time. But I always felt they were all unnecessary, including Halloween 2.
Yeah.
I think that's a fair point. Yeah, you could still like it, but just realize it's not really like necessary. And maybe that's like, I could see how you thinking that could maybe throw like the flow of that whole album off, right? And it's like, why is this here?
No, I think it sounds like Samhain still, but it just doesn't seem. I think the first time I listened to it, was like, oh, what that? Oh, this is all Hell's Breaking Loose. Like it took me a second because I was kind of humming along and didn't realize I was doing it.
Sure.
But it wasn't like an aha moment to me. It was like, oh, that's kind of funny.
Do you feel the same way kind of with Horror Biz too, that it was just
I don't like when bands retread old material. I just personally, not for me. I just think it's better when bands move forward. Whether that direction is good or bad to their fans, it doesn't matter. I think it's almost a sign of you're out of ideas.
Yeah. No, I get that. That was kind of that's been like an internal debate that we get in with, friend of the podcast, Jeff Wagner, because he really is not a fan of like what Paradise Lost has done in the last couple of decades, where they've returned back to like their kind of metal roots. Because he just sort of was like, I kind of liked the direction they were going in, and they were doing experimental stuff, and I just wanted to keep doing like what the next thing was. And like Mark and I like the newer Paradise Lost stuff, but I can completely understand his like point of view from that, right? It's.
I mean, and I also don't mind if you change or stay the same, but I don't think working backwards is always good. And the Misfit songs being on these records seem to be working backwards. I mean, he even put it on a 3-song repeat.
Yeah.
Unholy Passion would be 3 songs or 4 songs without that. This song. So there's no point to it.
Yep.
It's almost like a business decision as opposed to a creative decision.
Yeah. Well, just a weird statistic. Hetfield usually throws this on his top 10 albums of all time. So, big fans, like the story he was telling, London was telling earlier about Cliff Burton coming up and wanting to get an autograph. And, that's kind of getting us towards, it's the tour for November's Coming Fire, where I think Metallica reaches out to Rick Rubin to get them to come check out a showcase show that I think Glenn will talk about a little bit later. And that's kind of how Rick is introduced to him, is almost upon the recommendation, I think, of the Metallica guys, right? From what I know.
I believe so.
From what I understand, yeah.
And I think too, it was kind of smart strategy on Metallica's part, because I think they were getting ready to obviously record some Misfit songs for the garage stuff.
That's when Burton reached out to Danzig, and then by the time, he, I think, really kind of responded to it, Burton had already been, killed in the bus accident.
Yep.
So
yeah, by the time it kind of went down. I think it's interesting. We were just kind of talking about this kind of like connection between Samhain and the Misfits. And one last thing I wanted to share from that Forced Exposure interview from '84 with Glenn is they're kind of asking him like, about how wild the Samhain shows are and stuff like that. And, he says, I think with this band, we're a few steps ahead of what the Misfits were doing before. And the guy goes, yeah, he goes, I think there's an obvious connection for a lot of people is going to be the Misfits. He says, but, is there a difference between the two? And he says, well, live there is. He says, the blood thing, he goes, this ties into the whole Samhain thing, letting the blood run. Samhain is this pagan holiday, and it's based on a lot of death of the earth, and everything dies in the end of fall. And that's where he starts to talk about, like this is kind of what Halloween is. Christians didn't want the pagans believing in any of the old pagan things. So what they did is they changed the name from Samhain to Halloween, and they got changed the name of Christmas and all the holidays. Anyone who didn't listen got killed. Basically, the whole Samhain thing is pagans celebrated the death of earth and any animal that couldn't survive through the winter, that they didn't have enough food to feed because winters were tough back then. They had to kill. With Samhain, some sects in Europe would actually kill a king every year and sacrifice him. The blood would replenish the earth so that in the spring they would have great crops again and things like that. The Halloween trilogy is based on Samhain. Also on Samhain, supposedly the dimensions open up because of the shift from the summer and fall into winter, and the dead can come back. They used to set places for the dead at the tables. So clearly he's got more of a thesis statement, and he spoke to that in some of the earlier clips that, people heard from the Thrasher interview. But, it's kind of interesting that he's kind of pointing out like that's the distinct difference between us and the Misfits. So, do you think that's why he goes back to the song Halloween? Is that like a fair point because of the focus of Samhain, perhaps?
I mean, it could be.
Yeah.
I don't know what John Carpenter would have to say about Samhain being, the reason for the first three Halloween.
Yeah.
The second Halloween movie, Carpenter wrote, he had no idea where the fuck to go, so he just got drunk and wrote bullshit. Yeah, right. He's kind of disavowed all. I think Halloween 3 is more interesting than Halloween 2, but there's no through line to any of those movies.
Yeah.
No, and I don't think that John Carpenter was like, hey, like, Samhain seems cool. He was like, hey,
no, he didn't give a shit.
Mask.
he was about like, are you going to sign the check? Thank you. Yeah, and I can do some other stuff.
At this point, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he uses that money to like fund the cool things he's about to start doing.
But I feel Glenn Danzig does that a lot. He kind of extrapolates stuff that he likes to fit his own mythology.
Yeah,
sure, absolutely.
He definitely creates his own. I think you said it best. His own kind of mythology there. He does go on. I think it's kind of interesting. Like he kind of goes into some of his religious perspectives, which I think,
as a Satanist or
kind of, I'll let you guys kind of hear it. Again, this is 1984, Glenn, so I'm sure he's kind of grown, but they kind of ask him how to pronounce it, and he says it's really pronounced Samhain. It's Gaelic. You really see the difference between Samhain and the Misfits when you see the lyrics. Also, with the next record, he says a lot of it is against organized religion. He must be referring to Unholy Passion or maybe November. Religion is good, but not what they've done with it now. If I say I hate Catholics or I hate Jews or Protestants, it's not the individual that I hate. It's the
anti-Semitic.
Yeah, exactly. Kanye. We got Kanye here. The people who are of that faith, but it's the people who practice that way as a way of life. I don't like those people, like the right to lifers and the people who want to mingle church and state. I really hate that. I'm a very religious person, and I wouldn't pray to a saint or a pope. Basically, whether you believe in a God or not, there's probably just one supreme power. That's what I believe anyway, and that's who you pray to. There are religious atrocities like the Catholics just eradicating races of people, more people than Hitler did. I wouldn't defend Hitler, all right? Glenn,
he's got his werewolf Hitler books too, so Nazi werewolves.
Just because these people's sole purpose was to be with be one with God, and to the Catholics, that was heresy. It's annoying that people always single out Nazis. All right, Glenn, come on. Or this or that, and never mention any of the religious movements in that country. I agree. As a history teacher, I get what he's trying to say. It just is, it's a little.
He's being contrarian.
He says, do you know how many people would be killed if the church was mingled with the state? Anybody who didn't believe in their God, their form of religion, would be forced over. It's happened before and it can happen again. This band lyrically is more heavy duty. He says, if someone sat down and really looked at the lyrics to the Misfit stuff, they could see that that's what's going on and could tie in the connections. This is just more of a real band.
I agree with the lyric matter. I think it's a lot more quote unquote serious.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it's, I don't know. It's
we don't need to get into
such a douche sometimes.
Yeah, we don't need to get into his other rant, but I was kind of arriving at where he's like trying to lock in that, hey, I'm more seriously focused with the lyrics here than I was with Danzig and stuff. So, well, let's.
If he doesn't explain his lyrics, I think on their own they're always like pretty good in general.
Yeah.
But when he starts to explain stuff is when I start to like, oh, okay, this sounds stupid now.
Yeah, it's almost
he seems like a teenager trying to explain stuff.
Yeah, even in like his 60s, he still sounds the same way. Yeah,
right.
It's hilarious.
It's almost like his art is like better unspoken. It's like it's smarter than him.
It's
almost
better unexplained, I think.
Yeah, it's weird.
I mean, nobody wants to see how the sausage is made.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Except sometimes on Requiem, we kind of dissect the sausage to a little.
No, I like that too.
But also it's speculation and fun. It's not from the artist itself. So
we got the first song we're going to hear in this next set from November Coming Fire is Mother of Mercy. And this, I just wrote the hit ? I mean, that pre-chorus chorus vocal hook is incredible. That's kind of the best elements of the Misfits and then kind of what he's about to do with the solo stuff. I think it's kind of a perfect meshing of some of that.
So I'm not positive because I've never read the lyrics, but I think that this is about being hungover.
This is a what? I didn't hear you.
Being hungover.
Oh.
I think he says, Mother of Mercy, let me crawl on the bathroom
floor. Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, who the hell knows? You can't understand what he's saying.
I do really dig how the drums almost like pull you out of the hook of the song. It's like intentionally like making it difficult to like be pulled into that chorus.
Sure. Yeah, it's like a counterpoint or something.
Yeah, I didn't count how many times that it happens, but it seems like it's an uneven amount of times, or it's like too many times. Like normally you would maybe do it like 4-6 times and then get out of there and go to the chorus. But
have we heard a lot of gang vocals yet on Samhain, or is this the first kind of time that's happened? Yeah. I mean, you can almost hear the nucleus of like even like a song like Mother or something like that from, the debut there. It's got more bombastic kind of solo kind of moments like sprinkled throughout the gang vocals, the hooks. So it's still like got a foot in Samhain because like you said, the drums are still doing their weird, stuff that's like discombobulating for people, but there's still, you can tell like if Rick Rubin was at that show watching him play Mother of Mercy, like the dollar signs are probably popping up in his brain going, okay.
This by far is the most successful song.
Yeah, this is it.
Or right. Glenn Danzig is written to date.
Yeah, it's up there. Yep. Let the Day Begin has this riff, and the only thing I could think of is it reminded me like a fucking Turbo Negro riff, but I know like it's not, because clearly this predates all that, but like it just had that kind of feel to it. Like it reminded me of, I don't know, something from Apocalyptic Dudes or something like that. But I love like how anthemic, like, a lot of it is like when it kind of gets that faster sort of hook charges in, it gets kind of pretty anthemic here. I don't know. It's a fun song. I didn't have a lot to say about Let the Day Begin. I don't know where your thoughts are on stuff like that, Blake.
I like it. I mean, I like every song on this record except for you.
Yeah.
But I do, like I said before, I think it's a little scattered. None of the songs sound like each other.
Sure. Well,
I put like the drums and the bass on Let the Day Begin almost like bully you out of the groove of the guitar or out of the groove of the song. That's like my takeaway for all of Samhain is it doesn't want you. It's doing like the Neurosis thing, like the not wanting you to get to that hook.
Yeah.
and kind of like intentionally like pushing back to that. But
one of the
I think Let the Day Begin is one of the only one that stands out with the down-kicked traditional punk thing, and that's like the absolute beginning.
And that's probably the Turbo Negro riff that I'm kind of hearing. It's probably not a Turbo Negro if it's just an old, like, you know, late 70s, early 80s, like punk riff, you know? So, but I think it's the way it's produced and like, you know, the I don't know, the energy of it kind of have that vibe to it. And, you know, and speaking of songs that like, again, nothing really is like fitting together. All of a sudden, like Halloween 2, where this comes out, it really starts with like kind of almost like John Christ-esque pinch harmonics. It reminds
squeal.
me of,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that got that like Danzig solo swagger, you know, mixed with kind of, you know, Sisters of Mercy kind of dissonance and shimmering guitars. What's weird is I almost when I first put this album on for the first time in a while, I didn't know it was Halloween 2. I knew that song was on there because like the intro to it's so like weird, and then all of a sudden
lycanthropy, blah, blah, blah. Yeah,
and then all of a sudden like the Halloween kind of chorus, the mournful kind of chorus anthemic thing comes in. I was like, oh fuck, this is Halloween, the re-recording. It's weird. I don't know. It's almost like two songs like put together or something like that.
I could be wrong, but I don't think Halloween 2 made it on any other Misfits recording except the original segment to the song.
Okay.
I could be wrong.
So maybe it wasn't as, I mean, they were probably playing it live, right? I got to imagine.
I don't know. It's all Latin.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Doesn't seem like a crowd pleaser when it's not, you know.
So maybe that's a reason to re-record it, I suppose, is to finally like get it kind of like out on something a little more.
Yeah, maybe he thought it was like, oh, this should have been the big deal.
Yeah, interesting. And then we got November's Fire, and you got those dissonant noise rock kind of post-punk riffs that mirror like kind of like early U2 and modern English.
Well, you know what the opening riff sounds like? Fucking Voivod.
Oh, good call. I wouldn't have ever got there, but yeah, it's
total Voivod.
Or even like Die Kreutzen a little too, you know, who influenced a lot of what Voivod was doing, you know. Yeah, it's just it's a great melting pot of styles. I mean, there's even like some Swans moments in it too, a little here and there. That's cool. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that tune, Blake? The November's Fire tune.
I mean, I guess I could hear a little bit about her Die Kreutzen. There we go.
What do you think, buddy?
Yeah,
he hears some Die Kreutzen too.
That's his favorite song on their album.
But I think it's just the Samhain drum, Crab. I think it's just the Samhain drum.
Yeah, yeah.
It's he's got this tribal stuff, but he's also got like a drum almost behind every song.
Sure. Well, before we go into the set of music, I had one thing that I found. This is pretty cool. It's actually from Decibel, a magazine we all know pretty well, and it's from Neil Jameson from Krieg, and he wrote.
Please re-release these albums. Yes.
Yeah. You remember this?
Yes.
And it says, "Dear Glenn, how are you? I am fine. I have been a very good boy this year, and all I want for Halloween is for the Samhain back catalog to be reissued. I promise I will do all my chores and fuck it. Look, as the trees sort of lose some leaves and it's in the low to mid 80s in most of the country, I'm nostalgic for a different time, a time when there used to be seasons. And from the last week or so in September until October 31st, Danzig reigned supreme either in my Walkman or in my room, which was adorned with several Danzig and Misfit posters. As a side note, I didn't have a girlfriend until I was much older. When I was 15, a dude at my local record shop noted my interest in Danzig and introduced me to Samhain via November Coming Fire, which was unlike anything I'd ever heard at the time. Sure, there was some familiarity thanks to the reworking of Halloween, but this wasn't the ghoulish soda fountain pop vibes of the Misfits, but something that was fucking unnerving. I used to read a lot of the older crowd talk about the first time they heard Venom and how it terrified them. That wasn't my reaction, not to take anything away from Venom, of course. See, he agrees with Venom. But Samhain genuinely sparked something in me that resembled fear. It was something special, uneasy listening that challenged me, sort of like how parts of Danzig 4 would as well. You can see a theme. Considering this was 1994, it wasn't difficult to track down the entire discography on CD. And so within a few months, I was fully immersed with everything the band had publicly released. It was one of those moments in time where when you look back, you can see who you became being slowly molded by either events or culture around you. A few years went by, and I was able to find Initium and November's Coming Fire on vinyl at Philadelphia's legendary Noise Pollution, one of those late, great side street stores off South Street that contained a fucking treasure trove of excellent music. I eventually had to sell both records at a time where money was fucked. Those are probably the two I regret letting go of the most out of anything. I think I justified it because I still had the CDs. I still do. After close to 30 years and half a dozen moves across various states, but they're in sad fucking shape. If my extensive, read quick Wikipedia search, research is correct, there hasn't been any kind of Samhain reissue since 2001, 20 years ago. And I don't understand this. My story isn't uncommon. There's probably thousands out there like me who want to replace their fucked up and fading originals instead of going on YouTube or buying shitty bootlegs. It's not just old fucks like me who are exploring the weird October depths of these records. Most recently, you can look towards the Ifernach Damgar split, where both sides are Samhain covers, or the dozens of bands that have either put their own spin on these classics or at the very least borrow heavily from the sound and aesthetic of the band. It's a fucking gold mine waiting to be opened. I conducted a radio interview with Glenn around the release of the 666 Satan's Child album, and despite being warned otherwise, found him to be incredibly easy to talk to and open to all subject matter, even the one that his PR person at the time told me not to bring up, the Misfits. Right after the record was released, he went on tour as both Danzig and Samhain, and I caught the performance at the Electric Factory in Philly, one of the few good memories I have of that place. It was fucking amazing and helped scratch an itch that had been festering since I saw The Misfits, fronted by noted idiot Michael Graves a few years earlier. I proved that a bit over 20 years ago, Danzig still had the motivation to keep the Samhain legacy burning away. About 15 years later, I was on tour on the West Coast and stopped at Hollywood Amoeba, as was tradition every time I was out there, and standing in line at the counter was Glenn fucking Danzig. The urge to pester the man was excessive, but I decided not to, though I probably would have asked about Samhain, amongst other things. He would have told me fuck off halfway through asking. It's a regret I still carry. I have a lot of Danzig-related regrets. And here we are, a couple weeks before Halloween, and I've taken you through nearly 30 years of my life. My Samhain CDs are all in tatters. My vinyl is in the hands of someone who will probably only take pictures of them for Instagram and never listen to them. And Danzig almost ran me over when he sped out of the Amoeba fucking parking lot. I have a lot of memories, some regrets, but mostly just a simple question. Why the fuck aren't these albums being reissued? Jesus fucking Christ. If Black Aria received a well-deserved reissue, and you see companies shitting out reissues every record store day like another pressing of Rumors, this time on dick skin colored vinyl, is what the world is clamoring for when I don't see what the fucking holdup is. So this Halloween, please, Glenn, I've been good. Please reissue these fucking records. Pretty please with some skulls on top. I know you want those. Thanks. Your
pal. I have a question. What was the band that did two Samhain covers?
Rumors. I think from Fleetwood Mac.
No. You said there was a band that did two Samhain.
Ifernach, and then the other band was Damgar, Damghar.
Okay, because I'm gonna buy that.
Yeah, okay. I'll send you the name if you want to after we're done recording. But yeah, pretty interesting. I know.
I doubt I'll be able to find it.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe it's floating around somewhere.
I need some dick skin colored vinyl, man.
I know.
Exactly.
I know.
Well, that he has a good point, because I was thinking exactly that this week when I was kind of going over Danzig stuff. Was like, he owns the rights to it. It was on his label. He'd make a fortune.
Yeah.
I just don't understand.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure he could use some money to get those bricks out of his front yard, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah, it is very strange. So I thought that was kind of neat, in hindsight of us kind of doing this, so. All right, well, let's get to some music here before we kind of wrap things up in our final talk set next. We're also going to hear from Glenn talk about the record, a little bit. And then we'll hear about some of his horror influences and his complicated relationship with Ian MacKaye. And again, this is back in the 80s, so I'm sure it's changed and stuff like that. Plus, we'll hear the first song from the posthumous released Final Descent. So we're going to hear Mother of Mercy, Let the Day Begin, Halloween 2, and November's Fire from November's Coming Fire. And then we'll hear Death in Its Arms from Final Descent.
Well, you just mentioned something that is not on the tape, and it won't be in the interview. But you said that when you hear yourself, you put on Elvis or Jim Morrison. Someone said to me which was
when I think I sound weird.
But someone said to me though, someone said to me is that on the new record you're trying to sound like Jim Morrison, which I don't see at all.
No, I don't either.
And that's like, people come up with different things, because that's what they associate with, but they go, yeah, Quinn's starting to sound like Jim Morrison. It's like, yeah? I don't hear that. I think the new record is good. In fact, I'm not going to put this on the interview, but in fact, that in the review that I wrote, I said this is probably, I think I called it the coming of age of Samhain. This is the one that will make people realize what Samhain is.
That's good, because I think that's how we all feel about the record too.
Yeah,
and that's the response we've been getting.
I think it is.
It's getting a lot more airplay than any of the other ones. The other ones were kind of like, Unholy Passion is a stab out. Those were our songs that we put in the set.
I think it's
stab
great,
out.
though.
Yeah, no, but it was a stab out at people. You know what I mean? This is our extreme side. You know what I mean? This is The Hungry End is a very extreme song. It's just get out of there.
Okay, so let's see. So finally, when you did Samhain, you did Initium, right?
Yeah.
And actually, you recorded that with Lyle, right?
No, he's only on 4 songs, and they're just overdubs. He's not on any basic tracks.
But that's all. I knew that he was in there someplace.
Yeah, and he did.
Okay, now how many of that did you press?
That is about 10,000 right now.
10,000?
Yeah.
Okay, and then came Unholy Passion.
Unholy Passion.
And how many?
6,000.
6,000?
But it's being repressed now because they're all sold. They're gone. You gotta understand, 12-inchers don't sell as well as albums. You know what I mean? You know that already.
Right.
Full albums sell much better than 12-inchers. So basically, if Unholy Passion had been an album, I think it would have sold just as much as Initium. In fact, we have reorders for it already. But we also have reorders for Initium.
Now
too.
see, you put out November Coming Fire, and now you have this deal with Caroline that started with Legacy of Brutality.
Yeah.
Now, will Unholy Passion, Initium, are they going to come out with the deal with Caroline?
Yeah, everything. All of Plan 9 stuff.
Misfit stuff too?
Some 3 from Hell, yeah. Beware.
So then they've basically invested into Plan 9, or they're just buying rights to put it out for
They're just basically putting out the stuff. I signed a deal with them where they will press the stuff for me.
So if you do this project with
It's
Erie,
still
will
all
they
on
put
Plan
that
9.
out too?
Yeah, they have to. Or if they don't, I'll just won't let them put anything else out.
I see.
You know? The whole deal is that, what was I going to say? With the Samhain and Misfits thing, I've sold more Unholy Passions than I have Die Die My Darling.
Die Die My Darling didn't sell. How many did you press of that?
Die Die My Darling has only hit about 4,000 or 5,000.
How come not as great? Because it's only 3 tracks, and the
Probably
2 tracks are on the other Wolf's Blood, which you can get anywhere.
Well, yeah, well, what happened with the German Wolf's Blood, you can't really get it anywhere. For a while, you couldn't get it out here.
It's
for
available
a 4-month period. Yeah, important, just put a whole month more in.
Right.
But I might imagine it's the extra 2 songs you get on Unholy Passion. Also, the songs are longer on Unholy Passion.
Right.
So,
it's all new material except for one song.
What? Unholy Passion?
On Unholy Passion, well, there's one song.
All Hell is reworked.
Yeah,
it's
right.
It's a totally different song as far as I'm concerned.
So as far as it goes, it would be 4 new songs that you get when a kid looks at a cover.
Yeah, but it says All Hell. It doesn't say All Hell Breaks Loose. It says All Hell. I think. Doesn't it?
It says All Hell.
Yeah.
Such a long time. We don't want our time. Let it stand on trial. Let it open up. Let the tides explode. Let the day begin. Let the Jews all scream. Let the Catholics burn. Let the Protestants high. Let the false ones follow in the road to mine. Let the fun begin. Let the world collide. Let the day begin. Let humanity spin. Let the day begin. In terror time was I heard. So that let your Sarcastic, just divine. Knee deep, the blood of swine. Come season, come revolt. November, come and fire. Sour cream. And then it all comes down. Sour cream. Palms to flailing flame. Waving, scrambling. These things we should play. All things must come to end. November, come and fire. Sour cream. And then it all comes down. Sour cream. Embrace the night air. Summer's in. Heaven's sent. Breathe the fire's lust. Insatiated fall. November, come and fire. Sour cream. And then it all comes down. Sour cream. November, come and fire. Sour cream. And then it all comes down. Sour Embrace it again.
So now on all the stuff that you've done, the Samhain, the Misfits, even the Plan 9, it all has a horror base around it.
Well, that depends what you consider horror.
Well, for what is stereotyped as horror graphics exists...
I don't know. What about Unholy Passion? You think that's a horror picture?
You think that's a horror picture? I mean, if you put your hand over the face, no. But if you put your hand over the body,
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, cool. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, a lot of it is very, it's a lot of the stuff that I'm interested in, you know?
I mean,
I'm not interested
November Coming Fire, that's definitely horror. Unholy Passion is. Initium is.
Well, you see, I don't see Unholy Passion or all that stuff as horror. I don't see the cover of November Coming Fire as really horrific, you know what I mean?
Well, what do you see it as then?
I see it as a bunch of skeletons in fire.
And then you've got the Samhain, whatever.
Scarecrow guy, whatever human scarecrow.
And it says Samhain 3. Why Samhain 3? The third album? Or
Yeah, third album.
Next one is Samhain 4, or is it just temporary?
No, that's just, it looks good.
Or is it because of Samhain 3 because now you have a new member in the band who wasn't in the other two?
No, that has nothing to do with it.
Okay. But it is Misfits. You're using letters that are like more associated with like Famous Monsters letters.
Well, they are the Famous Monsters letters. But before that, we had our own logo, but that got ripped off by Minor Threat. So we
got ripped off by Minor Threat.
Yeah, the way we lettered our letters in the old Misfits is exactly the way Minor Threat then ripped off and used their lettering that way. I don't know if you ever saw it that way. I did.
I never thought of it like that.
Well, look at it one day.
I'm sure Jeff would jump up and down.
I don't care. They used to be Misfit fans, and now they...
Do you think that they pattern their music around Misfit stuff?
No.
No?
No, I don't think that at all.
Okay.
In
because
fact,
they
the
have
exact
a lot of
opposite.
they have a lot of the harmonious edges in it, though.
But see, Ian
Which is
used to
what
be a
Misfits
big
are
Misfit
known-
fan, and then I forget what happened, but eventually he was like, "Oh, I don't like them anymore," or something like that, because we were rock stars and we sold T-shirts.
Now, why were you rock stars?
Because we sold T-shirts.
Now, see, I have the philosophy that no one is a rock star until you're selling over like 100,000 records.
I have the philosophy no one is a rock star unless they act like that, or like they See, what we're saying is rock star, but we're using a meaning that these people and say other people involved on this scene or who were involved in the scene had for rock star, which was this conceited, egotistical slob. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they came that way because they had focused attention on them.
Okay, if I didn't want attention focused on me, I wouldn't be in a band on stage. I would write my songs for other people, and I wouldn't perform them.
Right.
Okay? Now, I don't know who Ian is fooling, or say anyone. I don't want to get down on Ian, okay? But, okay, let's just say I don't know who anyone in a band is who's fooling themselves, but any performer, anyone who gets up on stage and sings a song wants some attention.
Right.
Anyone who gets up there and puts a guitar in their hand and plays wants some attention.
Even if they want to put their music across or their message.
It doesn't matter. They can have someone else do it then.
Right.
Because it's still their music and their message if they give it to somebody else. Okay? So that's how I feel. So calling someone a rock star for getting up on stage and doing that is total bullshit.
Well, you've been called rock star because you dress a certain way when you...
But I dress like that off stage too.
Right, you do.
And I act like that off stage too. What people see on stage of me is me. When they get off stage, I'm the exact same way. I'm not a joke and I'm not a hype for somebody say, oh, Glenn, just, that's bullshit. So I don't want to hear any of that. Which I hear it anyway, but that's what I mean. Getting back to that Ian thing, he had called me from Tim's once when Tim was on the phone with me, and he's going like, I'm so glad you released that Legacy of Brutality stuff. That stuff is great, And it's like...
Tim who?
Tim Kerr,
Oh.
Big boy. But I was like, well, who cares, you're glad. Who are you, I didn't understand it, It was like so critical of the Misfits all these times, I don't know.
Was he critical because of the actions of what happened back west?
No.
That had nothing to do with it?
No, he just was, I don't know.
He didn't agree with you then, and he took it out on you?
What happened was, I think he just didn't want to like the Misfits, you know what I mean?
Because they came popular?
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe in that belief of how, let's say,
A lot of people once a band becomes popular, a lot of people will not like them anymore.
That happens in the punk scene a lot.
It happens in every scene.
Because it's like a personal little thing. It's like
well, let me explain something to you. It happened with Elvis. Okay? Now, he was one of the most, like, despised people by the, you know, they wanted to ban Elvis. They wouldn't show him from the waist up on Ed Sullivan. And as soon as he got a contract and started getting popular, all his real diehard fans stuck with him, but everybody else was like, oh man, he sold out, this and that. It's happened forever. The same thing has happened with the Doors. Once they got top 10 hits.
I think it's like a personal thing.
It's a personal thing. They think that they're losing you and they can't be intimate with you anymore at the club shows and stuff. And I think that's a little, what is that?
Well, they're also the first person.
It's a lot of, it's a little, what is that? Not insensitive, but it's a little greedy. You know what I mean? Selfish. It's a little selfish for people to, there's so many words bouncing around in my head right now. Anyway, it's a very selfish thing for those people to do that, you know, and to also then just write off somebody that they've liked all this time just because they're getting some attention.
Now, aren't these also the first people who yell rock stars?
Yeah. Sometimes.
It happens with any band. Doesn't matter. If it Kiss, they do the same thing.
It doesn't bother me. I don't care. I don't need those people. I don't care. That's my whole opinion. See, I don't really care. I like doing music, right? But I'm not going to do it to the point where I have to sell myself to these people, or, you know what I mean? Or kowtow to anybody. I will never do that, and I never will. And if it meant not doing music anymore, it would mean not doing music anymore. It doesn't matter to me that much. And so that's what I have to say to any of those people. As far as selling T-shirts, I think that T-shirts are great. I always wanted T-shirts of my favorite bands, and lots of times they never just were available when I was growing up. I think it's a great thing to have the T-shirts, and a lot of people treasure those shirts. Sometimes we'll stay at someone's house and they'll open up their closet and go, look at these. I saved these, and they'll have a fucking whole line of Misfit shirts, or, you know, and there'll be other shirts by other bands in there. But, you know, and I say, that's pretty cool. Look at my closet. I have all those fucking shirts still there. And it just really pisses me off for someone to say that. And then, with Minor Threat, it really pissed me off is that I went to one of their shows and they were selling Minor Threat T-shirts.
Were they the ones who were crucial to that?
What do you mean?
Well, if you use Minor Threat as an example, were they the ones
I'm saying that because one of the people that was really into that was Ian, was saying, oh, you guys sell all those T-shirts, how can you be so commercial and this and that? I have always been a consumer and a collector, and I personally like buying things. There's not many things I like doing in this world. I don't really like this world that much to begin with, but I don't think if I could go out and buy things and things like that, and there'd be no use to living, really. I mean, everything's not music.
So that was Death in Its Arms from Final Descent. And then we had 4 songs from November's Coming Fire, including November's Fire, Halloween 2, Let the Day Begin, and of course, Mother of Mercy. So there you go. Blake was going, none of us have done a Danzig impression yet. So I figure
you won't get one out of me.
Yeah. You know, so Final Descent was originally scheduled, as you said, Blake, this is where I had it in my notes, as Grimm, you know, for 1988. You know, you can tell in this song, obviously this one was recorded in 1990. I think it's the very last Samhain song ever recorded. And, you know, John Christ's presence as the new guitar player is pretty apparent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, it's got a rock and roll swagger. I mean, hell, it's recorded 2 years after his debut. It's probably right around the time they're doing Lucifage, if I'm not mistaken.
Probably more like For All Demons Wet.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yep. But I mean, it's like, I don't know. It comes in pieces, the album as a whole. I was trying to like think about like how to write about it. I just said, you know, some of it's from 86 with Glenn on guitar. Some's from 87 when Christ is starting to overdub some guitars. And then the final mix is from June of 1990. I mean, what are your thoughts, I guess, on this as a Samhain fan? Like, where do you put this in the lexicon of them? Or is this more of just like an anomaly kind of thing?
So this is what I meant, not the November's Coming Fire when I said that this does not feel like a band. It feels like a compilation.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, it's interesting because they have some early version of some Danzig songs on the 2001 release, not the whatever release I have, 1990 something like that.
Yeah, because you said you have a totally different version that doesn't have the possession, the trouble. Does it have the twist of Cain on it or no?
No, it doesn't have Twist of Cain.
Okay.
So it's got like Misery 2, which is, I think, an unreleased track from, I might be on something, or I thought it was on the unreleased track from Unholy Passion.
I'm not sure if it's on mine or not.
Misery 2 definitely is.
Okay. Yeah, the Misery one's not on the box set version that I have. So, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no. The one that was on that was released in the box set is Night Chill, Descent, Death in Its Arms, Lords of the Left Hand, The Birthing, Twist of Cain, a different version of Lords of the Left Hand, Trouble, and Possession.
Right. So those 4 are cut out on the bootleg I have. And speaking to the bootleg and to Neil's point, why are these songs on at least Spotify?
Yeah.
I mean, it makes 0 sense. In fact, I looked on Spotify for Samhain, and there's a different artist.
Yeah, there's like what, 2 songs or 3 songs?
Right, and there's a different artist known as Samhain.
Yeah,
that is a more modern guy. So Glenn definitely has rights.
Come on, Glenn, you could be getting some more mortgage money, dude. Like,
it's
what's
so
going
weird
on?
what he's doing with this. Yeah, sitting on all this. I mean,
well, all of the Misfit stuff he released too. There's not, it would be an easy sell, I think.
Mm-hmm. It kind of reminds me. I don't know how familiar you guys are with the Yardbirds, but like the very last Yardbirds release after Jeff Beck's gone, and it's basically just Jimmy Page picking up like the ashes. There's like these early versions of like Dazed and Confused on there, but it's not Robert Plant singing it, and it's not John Bonham, and so that's kind of the vibes I get when I hear Trouble and Twist of Cain and Possession and stuff. Is like it's cool to hear like the nucleus of ideas and stuff, but it's like I don't need it.
It's so scattered, and it just feels like an ego release thing.
Yeah.
Like there was, why not call it Grim?
Yeah.
Why? I mean, it's not Grim because it's got the Unholy Passion EP on it.
Mm-hmm.
It makes no sense to me. It's an anomaly.
Yeah.
It's not a black and white. It doesn't have the same skull. It's who knows what the cover is. I can't. Is that a bird attacking the guy? I have no clue.
Yeah, it is pretty interesting. But I guess like kind of the end of the band, I'll share the final little thing I have here from the American Hardcore book with Danzig. He says, Samhain played to way more people than the Misfits ever did. People think the Misfits was a big band, but it wasn't. We could have big shows in New York or LA, but anywhere else except Detroit, you were looking at 50 to 500 people. The money was much better in Samhain, and the band was able to play 5 nights a week as opposed to the Misfits, where the guys wanted to fly in, do 3 nights, and fly out to be back at work. Of course, that became 2 nights, and then 1 night, and then they wanted me and Robo to sleep in the van while they'd fly in for gigs. They were total prima donnas. When I first saw Spinal Tap, I was like, hey, this is my old band. Samhain's first show in LA was at the Stardust Ballroom across from the Big Metal Bill at the Palladium. We did over 1,500 paid, while Motorhead had only 300. Actually, Green River opened the show. We had direction and were moving. That's the band Rick Rubin saw at the New Music Seminar. We represented the U.S. in a show with Celtic Frost, DOA, and MDC. Rubin signed Slayer at the seminar the year before. He came backstage. I didn't even know who he was. Here's this guy with a long ZZ Top beard going crazy backstage. I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? He's telling me people he knows, people who know me. He said, call Glenn, and he'll tell you who I am. He's talking about Glenn Friedman. Samhain was getting to be too much for me to handle. I was looking for a label, and we had interest from Elektra, Epic, and Rubin's label, which was Def Jam at the time. I decided Rubin's would be best to go with. That became a whole other nightmare, but he did get the band out there. So that's the night that I guess the deal is on the table, I guess, and we're off to the races for solo Danzig.
I mean, it's crazy how short Samhain was around. What a big market move.
Yeah, I mean, it's really like 2 years.
And another thing, if did you say what year was? Oh God, I'm like totally out of it right now. What year was November's Coming Fire?
86. Yep.
Okay, so only 4 years later, been released.
Final Descent.
Final Descent, you know, like some bastardized version of their song.
Yeah.
Very strange.
Yeah, it is. It's weird because I can't imagine there was. I mean, maybe it's just playing like I think you said it before, Mark, off the energy coming from that first Danzig solo record. Perhaps I don't know.
Yeah. Otherwise, this seems like something that should have been kind of relegated to like a the complete box set kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Do you remember did you buy this when it first came out, Final Descent, or were
yeah,
you, okay?
I did. I bought it on cassette.
Were you excited? Like, oh, cool. There's like
I was totally excited that there was new Samhain here.
And what were your thoughts when you got it? Were you kind of like mixed, or were you like still like, yeah, you know what, it's weird, but it's at least it's Samhain? Or
yeah, that was kind of it. I mean, I like Samhain so much that I'm like really into it. I mean, I've gone so far as to see Samhain 2 or 3 times with Danzig is the only member. Maybe
cool?
Steve Sam.
Is it pretty cool?
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what you would think it is.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
no surprises.
I'd be pretty interested in seeing, because I feel like performance wise, it's like more of an art piece. I'd like to see the total package. So I think you'd be into it. So we got 2 more songs that we're gonna play as we sort of exit tonight. Lords of the Left Hand, which I just said it's kind of like a Samhain mixed with solo Danzig, mixed with early 9 Inch Nails. This is probably the one that has like a drum machine on it.
Yes, it is one of the ones.
And you could definitely kind of tell it's got that industrial sort of feel. I mean, it's got the rock and roll guitar solo. I mean, it's hard not to hear John Christ. He's just very, very distinctive, as a guitar player. And then the Birthing, which it's kind of one last, almost like punk inflected Samhain song, before making the full alteration into like kind of solo Danzig mode. It's got a cool surf punk riff kind of throughout at times, but his vocals are definitely more solo Danzig on it. It's like more dramatic and kind of rock god kind of thing that he's going to do. But
it sounds way more like Danzig at vocally. It's not as gallant as Samhain kind of is.
For sure.
Yeah, it could have been like a B-side EP Danzig thing.
Yep, absolutely. Well, before we say our goodbyes, I got one last little thing, and this is from the box set. It's very short, and the final person to actually write their thoughts is, of course, Glenn. So I'll give him the last word, I suppose. He said, in its short existence, Samhain accomplished more than I could have hoped for. I still see the shirts and sign the record some 13 years after its demise. When people ask if I get tired of talking about Samhain, my answer is always no. Samhain was for me not just my, quote, new beginning or darker vision, but a darker, blacker understanding of the world, why it works the way it does, and has for endless centuries, understanding the things most could never and don't care to comprehend, to stop bouncing off the walls and instead weave through the ever-winding spiral, looking for all the hidden things others could care less about. So those are his words from 2000. So
it all adds up.
Yeah. So I guess final thoughts, Blake, on Samhain, their influence. Do they have a legacy? Like, do you hear like bands in the last couple decades who are inspired by them?
I don't hear any direct inspiration because I think they're such a weird band.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be very difficult to make a carbon copy of this and sell it now. I do think they were a huge inspiration for a lot of people coming out in the late 90s. And I think they're one of the biggest unknown bands that I've ever cared about.
Sure. Who are some of the bands that you hear kind of some inspiration in, just out of curiosity? Because
I don't really hear anybody.
Okay.
My point is.
Okay. I thought you were saying you heard like, people, or was it just people like fans coming out like in bands like talking about that they liked Samhain?
I was very excited for this conversation because I don't get to talk about Samhain.
Yeah.
I feel like the current generation doesn't really know anything about them.
Sure.
It's not accessible. There's no tapes. There's no CDs. And they're not on Spotify.
Mm-hmm. It's funny. I got a letter. I think it was on our Facebook page just like yesterday when I posted that we were recording with you tomorrow. And I think it was Nolan Bradley. I'd have to go and look or whatever. And he's like, I'm super excited for this episode because it's a band I've never been able to like crack. And he's like, I'm hoping maybe we can crack the code.
I don't know if we did that.
I don't know either, because I think it's just like it's such a just a vibe that you have to be getting from them, because like you said, they're not trying. I mean, Mark, I think you said it best. They're almost like getting in the way of the song's hook, sometimes almost on purpose, as like an artistic statement, or
I don't think I think they're intentionally trying to make it difficult for you to like enjoy it, which is
I think that they're trying to intentionally make it dark.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I see
I'm
Mark's
over intellectualizing.
Well, I see Mark's point, but I do
Yeah.
think you're over actually.
Okay.
Making it more than it needs to be.
Well, that's half the fun sometimes.
And maybe like making it not catchy makes it a little bit more uncomfortable too, right? It's like
Sure, I think it's really it comes down to the atmosphere, really, of all this stuff, and trying to like figure out what we think the reason is that they did it. It's probably never going to be as interesting. Whatever we say is going to be more interesting than the reality of the whole thing.
Exactly, I agree with that.
Yeah,
I think Danzig was still at his soul a pimply faced comic reading kid.
Yeah,
and still is to a little bit, but now it puts on a more machismo vibe. But and you're never going to hear complex thoughts about this music.
not from him.
Not from him, right?
But in a weird way, he sort of like by accident or by intention, he captured this sort of unsettling magic with Sam.
100%.
Yeah, totally.
It's sort of like, if the Misfits is like, the Misfits is almost like Universal horror movies, and this is like his like Lynch phase, right? Where he's not allowing you to like be comfortable with the songs, kind of like Lynch isn't allowing you to be comfortable with narrative and things like that. And
Lynch or Cronenberg or compared to, like they're pulling stuff in from horror, but it's completely this whole new thing.
But it's more unsettling horror and more like not like we've said before, the campy kind of Universal style sort of stuff. So yeah, it's definitely interesting. But so thank you, Blake. It's been fun, and we love having you kind of come out. Our intention was to try and release this on November 1st, but you happen to be in England, so
yeah.
But hey, it's still November when we're recording this, so we're still in the November.
It doesn't say November's first fire.
Yeah,
exactly.
Exactly.
We got to the end of the month.
We made it.
And Mark, man, you need to talk a little more on this thing.
Well, you're here. I want to have the guest go. I chime in when I got something to say.
Mark's like he can sometimes play the Clint Eastwood character, man. It's the man.
If you saw, yeah.
So.
I envision Mark in the background stroking his beard wisely while he's waiting for his like.
I've been doing that a couple times.
He's probably also on the other end too, like making sure like all the Zoom shit is coming together, and doing that stuff. So, but yeah, thank you again, Blake. It's been great for spending some time.
I really appreciate it.
Thank Lindsay for putting up with not getting her food soon enough, and say hi to your dog, who sounds like he needs some attention and some love.
Well, he's got some real harsh opinions on things, so we appreciate his input as well.
Yeah, Crab is opinionated.
And I'm sure we'll see you. Are you going to be out at any of like the Decibel Beer and Metal Fest in March? Or
I don't know yet. That's a little far ahead for me to plan.
Okay. Well, we'll be there probably. So if you are there, obviously we'll get together
in April.
Yep. So yeah, not the California or the Colorado one or whatever.
Right.
So, but yep, that's our intention. So. Awesome. Well, we'll let you know when this posts here in the next couple of days, and then we'll definitely have to have some party time soon. So just like the Return of the Living Dead song, Party Time. So
great. Thanks a lot, guys.
That's good. Thanks, Blake. Appreciate it, dude.
Appreciate it. Yep. So that was cool. It's always nice to have Blake on and get a guest kind of going and stuff. Trying to coordinate that sometimes can always be a little bit crazy, but we pulled it off. So.
Yeah,
we were just kind of commenting as we were recording this that an animated hero of yours and I's, mostly you because you're kind of deeper into this stuff. But Kevin Conroy just passed away, which is kind of sad.
Yeah, he was. Kevin Conroy is the voice of Batman the Animated Series.
Yeah, Conroy. What I say?
I think you've always got. Oh shit! What is her name? God damn it! Riding the horse in Target.
Oh, Jennifer Connelly.
Jennifer Connelly.
Yeah, yeah. She's always on my mind. I did date
that
I did date a
scene's
girl
like, oh
that
my
looked
God.
like her. So
Yeah, there you go.
that's why.
But yeah, it was, you know, he I think he had a fairly long battle with cancer, and he wasn't as old as, you know, a lot of us would have liked to see him get, but you know, we're getting to that age where all of our heroes are dying.
For sure. Yeah. It was pretty cool because, I guess, cool for that a student came up to me and told me today about it. So that, like,
I'm glad that people of that generation, you know, still give a shit about that series. And I think in the pantheon, eventually, everybody, you know, there's so many incarnations of Batman, but for me, he's right there at the top.
Sure. Absolutely. I just wanted to share a couple things before we sort of exit and say our goodbyes and such. We do have some new patrons that I want to sort of shout out. Mike Dempsey, who also sent us a message. He was trying to donate a perfect amount of money so that he goes, "Arg, I was trying to be that guy to get your total per month up to 666." But it didn't quite kind of work out that way. But we do appreciate it, Mike. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Craig Butler, don't sign up to become a patron, which is awesome. And then Mikey T, I think Troina might be his last name, and he sent a message too. He said, "What up, boys? I just discovered your podcast and absolutely devoured the Type-O series. What an incredible study of Peter and his work. I am now in the thick of the Bolt Thrower series. I never really gotten into them, though I'm no stranger to death metal, and I'm completely engrossed. The show is incredible. You guys are great, and I'm almost impossibly happy to give you my money. Looking forward to consuming the past content and seeing what you guys have in store next." So, again, we appreciate all our new patrons for that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Really good. Got some feedback from another one of our patrons. Sent us some thoughts on the Edge of Sanity and the Niflheim episodes that I thought I'd share. So, Jess Shrum, who we actually just saw at the Merciful Fate show. Actually, that was last time you and I got together, got to see some Merciful Fate.
The lovely Masonic Temple in downtown Detroit. Probably one of the most beautiful buildings in Detroit.
Really incredible. Good atmosphere. The stage was big enough for them to be able to kind of do their show.
You know, we were talking, I think, at the show about the John Carpenter played there as well. Not in the same theater.
Oh, really?
There's actually a slightly smaller theater that's like, I don't know, 1,600 capacity, which I thought was bigger, but I looked afterwards because I was like, I've never been in this theater where Fate played.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, the whole building is just incredible. But
yeah, it's all that old. Detroit had a lot of really amazing architecture stuff going on right before the Great Depression hit, when it was pretty financially like sound, you know.
Well, this was the Masonic Temple was built in 20.
Yep.
And they ended up getting, there's a lot of public kind of like contributions to that as well, because they had these public theaters involved in it as well. But there's lots of I mean, fuck, we could do a whole show about
Guardian
that.
building. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, yep. The Pewabic pottery, the stuff that they have inside is pretty neat. So, but here's what she had to say about Edge of Sanity. She said, "I love the interview segments, learning what was going on with the band, what was influencing them, and why they had made different choices musically. For some reason, a comment Dan made early on really stuck with me. He was talking about the name of the band and how he wasn't super fond of it at first, but that it grew on him. He described that in a way, since the name Edge of Sanity was more vague or abstract. They weren't pigeonholed into only playing one style or music and only appearing to a certain audience. Cannibal Corpse is and always will be Cannibal Corpse. They had a clear vision for what they want it to be, and they don't diverge far from their pummeling death metal formula. Eaten Back to Life was one of the first real death metal albums I ever owned, and I'll always love that band. But if they started steering the ship towards prog or anything besides death metal, it would be catastrophic. Edge of Sanity is grounded in solid musicianship and great songwriting, but I love how they're continually evolving and experimenting with new things. It's that willingness to try new things, take risks, do something different that makes their music so engaging. It would be a good band to have in your pocket if you were stranded on an island, could only listen to one band, but needed to hit all the marks. Niflheim, I love their style of music, black metal with thrash elements. I also really like Bulldozer. I shuffled through Bulldozer's catalog on Spotify for about an hour today, and I'm looking forward to doing some full album listens in the near future. They're playing in a few weeks.
They're playing November 17th in Hamtramck, Michigan,
a
Sanctuary.
Week from now. So
I bought tickets quite a while ago.
Sweet. Yeah, I'll pick up a ticket and I expect to be there unless I just gotta make sure I'm around. So before I buy, but
Yeah, that's kind of like a once in a lifetime thing.
I know. So I'm hoping I'll check my calendar when we're done with the show. I said I like the placement of Niflheim right after Edge of Sanity. They have such a huge contrast in their approach to music. Niflheim is like all we do is black metal, day in, day out. Black metal is all there is. Whereas Edge of Sanity was super open to absorbing their surroundings and listening to all different genres of music and had separate lives outside of music. And yet, Niflheim is great. Their way of life is different and unique, and perhaps the absence of influence creates some level of purity in their music. Well, pure evil, I suppose. I didn't realize they were on the Gummo soundtrack. I've seen that movie a few times, so it's been a long while. It's funny, but growing up in a very small rural town, we had similar characters. We had the true rednecks that went two-tracking in the pickup trucks and listened to nothing but AC/DC. We also had a small group of kids who collected self-harm scars and killed cats and listened to nothing but Black Sabbath. Most of these kids grew and never left that small town. Now their kids are probably out killing cats. I think it's some combination of poverty, boredom, and misguided teenage angst. But why only one band or one style of music? Question mark. I think it's elitist, like a cult thing. This is the best, and if you don't agree with us, you're wrong. I don't know. I've always liked to experience the rainbow. Throw any and all things music my way, and I'll eat it up. I might not love it, but tell me about it, and I'll learn to appreciate it. So that's kind of cool. It's kind of like the motto of us, right? A little bit.
Yeah.
We're kind of up for checking out most things. You know, I mean, there's a few genres I don't have a lot of interest in, but you know.
Well, yeah, if it's about talking about modern pop music, I don't give a shit at all. Maybe 30 years from now we can evaluate,
Sure.
But I don't have much interest in that type of stuff, or hip hop and on the radio, no, or young country.
Yeah, the newer country. I mean, I'll keep up with some hip hop trends, but not like the Drakes and any of that kind of stuff. But there's a few artists that I kind of still actively pursue. But
sure. But yeah, as far as like stuff on the radio or the
sure,
whatever
that
top
pool
Spotify
has
stuff
definitely
is,
gotten smaller through the years. I have less and less free time to devote to like exploring that stuff. You know, I mean,
and also I mean, I think that's the thing I kind of experience quite a bit now is how much modern stuff do I really need to pay attention to? Mm-hmm. And because what does it really matter in the context of my life?
Yep.
And like and with movies as well, because I'll watch modern stuff and I was like, oh my god, that's 2.5 hours I'm never going to get back, and there's nothing there. That new Hellraiser movie was just a pile of horse shit. But then I go back and I watch like some old James Caan fucking movies, and I was like, God, this is fucking perfect. It's succinct. It's an hour and 32 minutes. It's a character-based stuff. It's not about special effects or about his internal fucking struggle with things. Like, I don't know. The older I get, the more I like to go back to see where things came from than the stuff that I do that does hit with me, like, the Mortuous record or the, Undeath record or something is like, it's like, okay, I get where these guys are coming from and I appreciate it, but, it's still more interesting to see the past to me right now.
Yeah, and I mean, we obviously look to the past a lot on this show, so that's kind of the motto, the historical context. I think it's tough too because, especially with movies, I'll stay on top of some things, especially teaching classes and stuff.
Sure.
On that.
Yeah.
I want to at least like know what the kids are kind of talking about, but I'm also not going to like watch something I don't want to watch either. And like
also, you're not going to the theater every week to see what the new thing is.
No, not unless
that doesn't really even exist at this point.
It'd be cool if the school paid me to do that, like a critic thing. I would definitely find time to go, but yeah, if I'm paying out of pocket, it's got to be something almost like guaranteed. But
sure.
One of the things like with the final like listening project that my kids do, where they have to like pick an album, is a lot of kids will be like, "Hey, can I do such and such?" And it's like something that's like 2 years old, and I'm like, "Look, like I'll be honest with you, I'm sure it's probably okay and it's probably interesting, but like." There needs to be a little bit of like some breathing space and critical lens to know if anybody's actually going to give a shit about this. And I said, and I don't want to like take away your ability to analyze something that's like brand new, but like part of like this class is like history and like seeing where like things kind of fit into like the history and the story of it. And I don't feel like you'll like, where would you put this in that history? And they're like, I don't really know. I'm like, and that's kind of the problem. Like, it's rare that something gets anointed as a masterpiece like immediately and everybody agrees on that. I mean, there's things that it happens, right?
It happens, but you know,
it's
I think
pretty
less
few
and
and far
less
between. Yeah.
lately.
You know, so you know, so that's always tough, right? Is like you want to have a little bit of distance from stuff to know if it's like something you should put your time into. You know, like I feel like that's pretty important. You know,
No, and most for the most part, outside of like, I think the last time I went to the theater was to see the Dio documentary.
Oh yeah,
and then before that was like the Northman, but that was like a proven track record of films for this director.
Yeah, sure.
Like my time means a lot to me, and I'd rather like work on stuff, and I don't know, but I think that's just part of, you know, getting older, is that your early days are just kind of like taking in stuff and trying to figure it out. And then as you get, if you're still stay nuts into this stuff as you get older, like you sit there and you like try to figure out, like reflect on things more.
Yeah.
And just like see like, okay, well, why do I love this thing so much? Like, oh, it goes all the way back to Battleship Potemkin and all this kind of crap. Like that's more interesting to me now than like, oh, what's this new like cutting edge thing? Because it's all just, you know, iterations of something that already happened at this point.
You know, I was going to ask you if you've watched on Shudder. Shudder just did the top 100 scariest moments in horror. Have you watched that series? It's pretty fun.
That's not anything to do with the Eli Roth horror show, right?
I don't know if it really is. He might be a talking head on some parts or whatever.
Okay.
But it's pretty fun. I had it on the background while I was like grading papers like a week ago or so. But that'd
be cool to see. I like that kind of stuff for when I'm working and I can have it on the background. We did finish Midnight. What is it called? Midnight Club.
The kid one? I haven't watched it yet. So is it cool?
Yeah, it's when you see it's like at 78%. That's about right.
Okay.
It's not Midnight Mass as a Catholic growing up. Yeah. And as like a Stephen King fan and as like a person in their, you know, almost 50, like a lot of great stuff for that. Like that series was just like, man, it hit all the marks. This is fine. It's done pretty well. But also there's like, okay, what's the point?
Sure.
Because you follow something that's like so succinct, like as like that, this is all it is. And this is something that's like teasing the next season. And I love seeing Heather Langenkamp in a, you know, she's playing like multiple, the whole conceit of the thing is they're a bunch of kids basically in like a hospice home. And at midnight they come in and they tell each other stories and they're just trying to like connect with each other before they die.
Got it.
And so it's doing like the American Horror Story where they've got this limited cast and then the kids are telling a story and then all the cast is basically being different characters throughout the, you know, the little bit of that.
Okay.
So it's definitely, it's worth watching for sure, but it's not as immediately gratifying like Midnight Mass was for me. And I watched that like 3 times.
Yeah. Yeah. That was, I think for me, the Flanagan thing that got me was the Haunting Hill House. I like Midnight Mass a lot too, but there was just like, that was kind of him at like his kind of peak.
And that's his genre now is this fucking haunted house.
He's great at it, you know.
Yeah,
I mean,
limited location, character-based stuff. Like that's what I want is more character-based stuff. I don't care about the concept or the effects or anything. It's like it's the character stuff.
And that's honestly like, I don't know if you got a chance to watch Black Phone, but that was like the thing
I haven't yet. No.
Most about it is the kids. Like the brother-sister relationship is why I care about that movie. I mean, Ethan Hawke's great in it, don't get me wrong, but like,
what's that on? What service is that on?
Like it might be on like Peacock or Paramount, probably something that you don't have. I've got
HBO Max and that's about it.
Yeah, I have it on Blu-ray, but right now my stepdad's borrowing it, so I'll get it back.
Okay,
you guys can check it out. So
that'd be cool. I'd be down for it for sure. I remember seeing when we went to see the Dio documentary, there was a poster of it, and I heard it by reputation, but I hadn't seen it around.
It's Scott Derrickson who did Sinister and then did the first Strange movie and stuff. So it's pretty interesting. But I haven't really watched much lately. Like my cat probably hates me. I just have not. This has been pretty grindy lately, you know. So we had
I barely watched anything either.
last weekend. Then I went right from that to see you guys at Merciful Fate. I just like lots of massive grading sessions. And I'm looking forward to cross country being done though. So tomorrow I might be doing a crazy road trip. I was going to reach out to you, but I kind of figured you probably were too busy. But because tonight, as we're recording this, Wasp and Armored Saint are playing at Harpo's. But I was like, oh, shit.
Oh, they're playing tonight?
Yeah. But they're playing in Cleveland tomorrow. And Carlson, who went to KISS and some other stuff with us, like, hey, you want to drive to Cleveland and see Wasp and Armored Saint? And I'm like, yeah, maybe. So who knows? We'll see if he's actually.
Yeah, I can't. Unfortunately, I've got a book deadline.
Oh, yeah.
December 1st. And I've been going back and forth with my folks. And we're looking, we're buying this acreage. And, yeah, this month is just fucking insane.
For sure.
And all the holiday stuff as well.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting.
But I did just watch or listen to a Blackie Lawless interview.
Oh yeah,
from last year about stuff, and it was just. I don't think I've ever really watched any interviews with him. But
he's interesting. I'll say that.
He's interesting, but for him to like give me a little context of stuff and like where he's coming from, and it's like, okay, I think I get this guy a little more now. But
the student of mine who's probably listening to this episode and hearing the shout out, I was telling him we might go on a road trip, blah blah, and I mentioned Wasp. He's like, I hate hair metal, blah blah. I said, well,
it's not hair metal.
I said Wasp is a little bit different. I think they get lumped in with that just because of the image and stuff, but there's an edge to them that's like different. I think
absolutely. I think that what Wasp did to Finnish metal is Well,
Children of Bodom were like worshipped at the altar of
I
Wasp.
think I can't. I'm trying to think of other bands, but as far like anytime I read interviews about Finnish bands, there's something about Wasp that just fucking was a huge deal, and I was too young to really know what it was about. I mean, I knew like Fuck Like a Beast, when I was a teenager, but I was like, oh, this seems stupid compared to Bolt Thrower or Carcass or something.
But I remember hearing like Gates of Ishtar doing like I Want to Be Somebody like cover and was like, oh, that's pretty cool. And then Hellion.
Absolutely. I thought it was a great song.
Stuff.
Yeah.
So, and then like I kind of went on a deeper kind of Wasp, thing, like kind of around the time probably to like 2015 or so. I think that's when I was like, dude, you got to listen to Crimson Idol and some of like the early 90s Wasp stuff. It's pretty awesome. But yeah, but I've heard they're playing like all old stuff on this tour. So
that'd be cool.
Yeah, so I'm kind of bummed just because it's like, man, I don't know how many more times they'll do stuff like that. Plus, I've never seen Armored Saint, and I like the new Armored Saint, and I'm hoping they'll play some old stuff too. So,
well, yeah, Joy Vera's doing that instead of Fate right now.
Exactly. I've never seen John Bush live. I've seen Anthrax, but not with John Bush. So,
shit, cool. Yeah, neither have I.
Yep. So, if I do go, I'll let you know. But yeah, we'll see what happens. But yeah, so again, thank you to our new patrons. Thanks to Blake and all that stuff. If you guys want to get in touch with us and send us any feedback, we'll read the letters and read some of your comments and things like that. Shoot us an email at requiempodcast@gmail.com or send us some messages on Jason and Mark on Facebook, at Podcast Requiem on Twitter, or on Instagram, Requiem Metal Podcast on Instagram. If you want to become a Patreon and support us, of course, coming down the pike are a couple of things that I think some of our patrons are looking forward to. We usually, sometime in early January, try and do at least like a favorite records kind of like throw together thing. I know we haven't really done a lot of Patreon only episodes lately because these episodes are so epically big and stuff. And plus, I think our patrons are cool with that.
Well, yeah, everybody said like it's cool, dude. You give us like 14 hours a month. That's all right.
Exactly. Yeah, we're good. We're good.
More than most podcasts.
But we'll try to, it's always kind of fun because it forces me to kind of like look back on some stuff that like I listened to early in the year and be like, oh shit, I forgot this is kind of cool. So we'll probably be doing that soon. So patrons have access to a special exclusive feed where you can listen to. I think we got like 30-ish patron only episodes up there. Some have been released to the general public, but I think Brutality is the last one we did, and that's only for patrons. So, yeah, you get access to that. If you want to sign up, you can go to patreon.com/Requiem Podcast, or you can go to requiemmetal.com, and you can click on the Patreon link there. You can also find our old episodes there. And what's the update on the new feed in terms of getting those old episodes into one feed? Have you heard much lately?
Probably by the time this goes up, everything will be into that feed.
Really? No
Yeah.
shit. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
We're caught up right now, and it's just a matter of changing the RSS and in iTunes and everything else.
Sweet. Awesome. That sounds great. So, all right. Well, so for Requiem Metal Podcast, for Samhain, for Glenn Danzig and all his strong opinions, and also another thank you to Blake Harrison. I am Jason.
I'm Mark.
All the things like Samhain and Misfits have what's known as a horror or essence of macabre.
Yeah, okay, essence of macabre, yeah.
Okay, well, horror is what it's stereotyped as.
Okay, yeah, stereotyped
It's like, that's what they say my stuff is, too. It's horror, it's terrible, you know?
Okay, but it is stereotyped as a horror or death rock or ghoul rock, that kind of... Yeah, okay, obviously, we know that. Or a cult. A typically irritating generic term for something which is just not generically Christian or religious in that aspect, like Judaism or whatever, you know what I mean?
Right.
Judaism, yeah, the art of flipping people over your head at an altar. No, Judaism.
But it's popular enough in the world that people continue to buy it and continue to make it.
Okay, the whole thing I'm trying to say is, what I get mad at is when people go, oh, they're in a cult band. For lack of any kind of knowledge or any kind of intelligence, they label anything like that a cult rather than call it exactly what it is.
Well, because they feel that it has a one-sided following that only...
They do, and it's not a one-sided. To them, it's one-sided, though. Now, I'm not that unintelligent when it comes to their beliefs. Why should they be that... we're not Satanists. We don't practice, like, Satan as God type bullshit.
But how many of them come out and talk to you about this before they write about you?
None of them.
See, that's the difference.
None of them. No one ever tries to get our side of anything or to find out what we're really all about. And that makes me mad.
So with this essence of macabre, now where does this come from?
That's stuff that I'm interested in. It's kind of personality makeup too.
How did you become interested in this?
I've just always been. It's just
TV shows, movies,
everything,
magazines.
Things that have happened in my life, you know what I mean? I've always had weird experiences happen to me. I have,
What do you mean by weird experience? Psychic experience?
Yeah.
Like how?
Okay, I don't want to get into a lot of this stuff because I would get in a lot of trouble. But,
well, do you want to go away from it altogether?
I'll just touch on it briefly. Basically, there are things I can do with my mind that I wouldn't let a lot of people know about. There's a lot of things that I can do that I guess a lot of other people can't do.
Do you think people consider that evil?
Well, a lot of people would, but a lot of people don't know what I'm talking about. So I think you kind of know what's going on.
Yeah, or do you consider that something like mind over yourself, mind over matter? Something where you believe in yourself, where you know and you have the confidence in
I think everybody has basically the power to do it, but you have to elevate yourself to a level where you can use it, or
right.
Sometimes you're born with it, I guess, and sometimes you're not born with it. I don't know. In my instance, I know that there's a lot going on there, and I don't have to prove it to myself.
Take
nothing dream. All pain is one. Your birth among the mind, it leaves such a leisure. Do you really want love? Do you really care? You feel it humming softly. And it's birthday. In life as it is in death, all pain is one. In death as it is in birth, pain cures hesitation. You really want love? You really care? You feel it humming softly. And it's birthday! This pain is nothing dream, all pain is one. This birth among the dead, it brings nothing evil. Do you really want love? Do you really care? You feel it humming softly.